Perfect. The flawless transaction. Did you guys see? Do you guys see my screen? Chat, can you hear me? Maria, let me bring Maria on. Okay. Shining light, you can hear me, yes? Aubrey, yes? Okay, okay, perfect, perfect. All right. Miss Maria has been ever so patient in the back room. We are going to go ahead and get her in here. And Maria, Melissa is still having trouble getting in. Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, beautiful. Hi. Um, let's see. I got messages. Amanda's. Let's see. We started it. She got the waiting for a host. I keep losing it because she's on the back road. Okay. I am going to write Amanda back. Everybody, this is Miss Maria. She is Mackenzie's grandma, the mother of Mackenzie's father. And
Hi, everybody.
I don't know if she can see the chat from where she is on the screen. Can you? You're getting
I
candles.
can see. Yes.
Okay, good. You can see the candles and the love. You guys give lots of love. Let me take this overlay down and get this screen cleared up. So, and I'm trying to get Melissa in. I know she's like, what's going on? Okay. Let me tell her, never mind, that link should work. I don't know. She said she had to download Chrome and everything, so she was just having trouble. Let me grab the link I sent you. Use that. Yes, that is Mackenzie's grandma, and that is her candle burning bright for that strong baby.
Yes.
We got Maria. I didn't know if you were gonna come on. I told Melissa, I mean, she doesn't have to turn her camera on, or she doesn't have to speak. I know she's afraid she might snap. She don't have to speak.
No, I'm good. I'm so glad to be on here, and I'm so glad for the support that you all showing my granddaughter.
Absolutely, absolutely. If there's anything at all you want to say, feel free. Anything about Mackenzie? I'm getting Amanda and Melissa in here right this second. Let me see.
So yes, I just wanted to share that even though the tragedy that Mackenzie did go through with 3 skull fractures, a broken leg, she has blind and to no eyesight in one eye. She is the happiest baby that I've ever come upon. And she teaches me to be happy every day. And I am so blessed to be her grandmother. And this is a tragedy. Um,
Yeah.
we want justice for Mackenzie. At this point, no arrest has been made. It is 7 months now. So we are getting loud so the people in Monroe County, Tennessee will hear us.
That's what you have to do. You have to. And that public outcry, I say it all the time, it's critical. I showed the video of Mackenzie before she was picked up from 911. I did show it. It's just heartbreaking.
Very heartbreaking. I
Mhm.
can't even look at that picture. Um, I just have to remember what her face looks like now. And
Right.
she's a warrior. She's overcome a lot, and if she can smile, we can all smile.
Exactly. 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 Anybody, they always say, if you think you got it bad, somebody's always got it worse.
Yes, yes. From us putting this on Facebook, there are a lot of people have come forward, mostly in Monroe County, Tennessee. that our babies are not being looked after, our babies are not being taken care of. There has to be an outcry. Our children are our future, and they need to come first.
Yep. Period. Too many of these stories.
Too many of these stories, too many, and we are very blessed that she's here with us today. But I
Yes.
know many aren't, and my heart just goes out to them because I just couldn't even imagine.
I every time I think about your story, that's I mean, that's one of the bright sides is that it's not one of those stories.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because my God, it gets so much worse, and this is terrible.
It is terrible. It is terrible that we're waiting 7 months for somebody to be charged.
Crazy. I mean, it just seems so simple in my mind, but they always say, well, we don't have what the police have. Well, we do in this case, and we know that they need to just do better.
Well, they have messed with the wrong grandparents.
I love it.
They have definitely messed with the wrong grandparents.
I love it. You got to be voice for the voiceless. That's what we're here for.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I want to address something. This is how it goes. Okay, right before we started and switched over to Makenzie, and this doesn't mean anything because the people here, they're the ones you want. They're the ones that care. They're the ones that are going to support. They're the ones that are going to help push. But there were what? Help me out, Mod. There must have been almost 400 people in here, and at least 200 and something when I said I was going to shift gears. When the story is not in the media, the mainstream media, the numbers just aren't as big. And that's part of the problem. People have to care
Yes.
no matter what, whether these babies are on your local news or not.
Mm-hmm.
They matter.
Yes. We shouldn't have to get loud. We shouldn't have to.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not after what she went through visibly. Wasn't like it was, you couldn't figure it out, maybe it's blatant.
Yep, there is a suspect. There is a suspect.
Yeah, feel free to answer any questions you're comfortable with in the chat, Maria.
Okay.
It's a fine line for me, and I don't want to forget what I can't say, so it's easier if you
Mm-hmm.
address.
Yeah. It's an ongoing investigation. Um, but any of the facts. I mean, if it's a fact, it's a fact.
Right.
I don't give my opinion because that's not right.
Understood. From South Carolina, praying for her like crazy.
Mm-hmm. And I just saw her aunt, Graceland, was on here, giving her love out. Thank you, Graceland, for everything you do.
I didn't see Graceland. AP, we will make Mackenzie's name big. You know we will. We're going to say it loud. We're going to say it proud. And we don't need 500,000 people in the room to do that. I'm telling you, think about it like the coronavirus. If I was there right now, sitting next to Maria, and she passed it to me, and I'm going to leave, I'm going to take it on to 2 to 5 more people. You understand, we can still spread like a wildfire. It starts somewhere. It starts just like this.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing. We started the Facebook page, and the amount of likes and the amount of shares have just been so overwhelming. And I actually have faith in humanity because people have just stepped up and have really helped us out. Um, my phone is beeping a mile a minute because
It,
everybody's saying I can't get on, I can't get on.
that's what I'm doing the same thing. That's why I'm a little silent. I'm totally listening, but I'm getting Melissa in here.
I'm gonna turn my ringer. I'm gonna turn my ringer off. Um,
Once I
yes,
get her,
the amount of people that have come out and have spoken to us through private messages and through the link has just been overwhelming. and we've learned a lot through that Facebook page. I wish we had done it a long time ago. We've had a lot of people coming forward, letting us know what they know.
Mm-hmm. Which is awesome. That is what I use Facebook for. It's really, I use it to connect with family and old friends. So when you have a
Mm-hmm.
situation like this, you get those old friends coming out of the woodworks.
Mm-hmm. And somebody is asking what the Facebook page is for Makenzie. It's Justice for Makenzie, and it's spelled Makenzie.
I left the C out. My goodness.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I've done it a couple times at the beginning too.
Oh my gosh.
And the baby is thriving. She's still getting MRIs done. She does have atrophy of the brain, so they're just watching that very, very closely. She's in physical therapy, and doing wonderful. Atrophy of the brain, so they're just watching that very, very closely.
Oh, sorry. That's my phone came on. Maria's like, who's talking? I'm talking. So sorry. I was trying to get back to Melissa here. There we go, Melissa. I sent her the link to join the darn chat by mistake this time, but the first time it was the right link, but it's just not working for her.
Oh.
Amanda's going home to get on her laptop, and then she's going to try again because she was on the phone.
I couldn't get on with my iPhone. I actually had to go on my Apple iPad to get on. So
oh, maybe that's what it is. It does say the mobile devices would be limited. I did see that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. See, the other one doesn't do that. I'm trying out a new streaming program, so that's really good to know because sometimes people are on their phone. There you go, Melissa. It worked.
Yay.
It popped up. Yay. Same link. I don't know what the hell's going on. Welcome. Amanda will be here soon. Do you see Melissa up there?
Yes.
Here's all my candles.
Oh, dude. Oh, how pretty. Where's your candle? Where's your candle? I know you guys can find a candle emoji somewhere. Come on, give me some hearts, something for Makenzie. If you don't have a candle, just show your love. That's what we're here for. And drop
the original live YouTube.
And it was the regular one.
Yeah, the regular YouTube link. Maria, can you have Nicole send that to Jessica? The new links.
The one you use, right? Let me see. I don't have another message from Amanda yet. I can't believe it. Let me fix this right now. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I did that. Where's the echo?
Jessica's got it.
Okay, Jess has it. So the YouTube link that I posted on the Makenzie page, that's working, correct?
Where's the echo?
It must be because Graceland just came in too.
Yes, Graceland's been on, and I see a few people that have. I sent it to that's on.
It must be.
Maria, did you say CKENZIE or
MAC? MACKENZIE.
Okay. Maria, did you say CK? What are okay, chat? Are you guys hearing me echo? The way I'm hearing me echo?
I can hear you echo just a little bit.
That is crazy. I'm hearing like my whole sentence repeated.
I'm not hearing you echo at all.
Okay, good. You don't have emojis, but here's
Hi,
love.
Pam. Hi, Grace.
We'll take it.
I'm trying to keep up with everybody here.
I know it gets. It's okay. They're understanding. Chat. What? Yes. What? Pink. Yes. You hear my echo? Yep. Okay. I'm getting the yep. So I'm assuming you guys are talking to me. Somebody tell me if it's me echoing or not.
I cannot hear you, Echo.
Okay, that's good. Hopefully they can't, and I'll just live with it. But
No, I don't hear you echoing at all.
let me see. Maybe I have too many windows open. Whoever you want.
Maria, seriously. Yeah, you know what? I think you should.
Let me.
Okay. So I think Makenzie knew we were talking about her
Aw.
because she's been to sleep since 7:30, and she usually sleeps through the night. But she decided to wake up because I think she wants to come on here for a minute.
Oh, that's adorable. Oh, okay. Let me get my butt back to the screen. I just had to fix her name. I can't do that. Cannot say her name incorrectly. That does not work for me. Let me spell it right. Makenzie.
Yeah, the Facebook page is Justice for Makenzie TN.
Oh, okay. I don't think I don't know if we have that one, mods. Please.
And Makenzie doesn't have an S, it has a Z, Q.
Did I put an S in
Makenzie
there?
wants to tell
Yeah,
everybody
it's okay.
thank you.
There she is. Oh my God. Hi, baby.
Say hi, everybody.
Oh, I gotta get this overlay. Hold on. Let me get my thing off of here.
Oh my God.
Say hi. All those people are loving
Hi,
you.
Pretty.
Yeah.
You're the star of the show.
Wait, hold on, you guys. Hold on.
You guys just smiles.
We have to show everybody. Here we go, y'all. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you, everybody.
Here's a big brave girl.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's watching the candle. That is all for you.
oh my God, baby.
Candles out. You say hi.
She was like, no, where is
love
he?
you.
Where'd he go?
All these people love you.
Yes, we do.
You say hi.
You got a smile.
Yay!
She is freaking adorable. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that. Oh, she's so pretty.
Blow kisses. Say
She
thank
looks
you,
awesome.
everybody. Say thank you. Kisses. Mwah.
I love it. Oh my God. Look at you. Everyone is just, there's so much love going for you. Oh my God. Oh, we got Amber popping in down here. Let's get Amber in the house. Amber just in time. Look, we got Makenzie.
My ovaries are aching. That's
We got
funny.
Makenzie.
Yay!
We are so lucky. Oh my God, we are so lucky. I didn't know we were going to get you. The special guest is in the house, y'all.
Yes.
I love it.
She'd be sleeping, but I think she knew we were talking about her.
Oh my God, good. She felt all this love and energy coming her way. That's all.
Our little warrior.
Yes, she is. Oh, yes, she is.
All right, you want to say everybody bye-bye? I'm going to go night-night.
Oh, come back. Come back. We miss you already. Oh my God. Adorable. Adorable. Oh, we got to get this bad guy. Good night, baby. Who could have hurt her? Oh, I'm pissed off all over again. I can say
And
that.
that's the thing.
Yeah.
How do you look at her? And look her in the eye and do what happened to her.
I have no idea. No idea.
You know, that's the hardest part for us as a family. As we sit here and we try to help you meet milestones that we know that she could have met months ago.
Yeah.
And she's not meeting them. But she's so happy, and we're learning so much from her every single day because of her happiness and her resilience.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank God.
Yeah.
She is so damn adorable.
Yeah. So it was my daughter, her aunt, who started the nickname Warrior for Makenzie.
Okay.
She's so proud of her little name that just it stuck.
Oh my gosh.
So it's Makenzie the Warrior.
I love it.
Mhm.
So she wouldn't even know anything even happened. She just looks like so chill and happy.
The
The
only
only
thing that we
thing that we
have an
have an
issue
issue
with
with
is because of
because of
Mackenzie's
Mackenzie's
injury,
injury,
her
her
head
head
is
is
a
a
little
little
bit
bit
bigger
bigger
than
than
normal,
normal,
and it
and it
really
really
triggers
triggers
her
her
when we
when
try
we
to
try to
put
put
clothing,
clothing,
especially
especially
clothing that's
clothing
not
that's
very
not very
stretchy.
stretchy.
So we're
So we're
trying to
trying to
find a
find a
seamstress or
seamstress or
someone
someone
who
who
makes
makes
clothes,
clothes,
tank
tank
tops,
tops
obviously for
obviously
the
for the
summer,
summer,
but
but
we
we
need
need
button
button
ups,
ups,
zip
zip
ups,
ups,
tank
tank
tops,
tops.
so that we don't have to try to stretch this material over her poor little head.
Yes.
Sorry,
The
I was.
echo finally went away. That was
Yeah,
awful.
Yes.
I actually had to mute everybody, but I unmuted everybody once I was done, and I think we're okay.
Yeah, I'm not hearing an echo anymore.
No, I'm not hearing it at all.
So
Okay.
Maria, we're in agreement with that we're going to have to find some sort of specialized shirts or something,
Mhm.
because she's really having a hard time, and anything that kind of goes on her head, it really, really triggers her. So if anybody knows anyone who makes clothing, that we could reach out to that could provide, button ups for her, or at least material that we could stretch enough over her head, that would be awesome.
Okay, everybody, and especially the mods in the chat, if you guys know or can find anything that can help us with that, you know my email, and please drop it in the chat. And we're gonna go with also the t-shirt, the tank top idea in the meantime with the warrior, right?
Yeah.
What?
Yep. Yes.
Okay.
I'm a warrior.
I'm a warrior. Oh, I completely lied to everybody. Wait, how do I even do this? So
I don't think you lied to anyone.
I did because I said if y'all came on here showing your faces that I would have to pop on at least for a second just out of respect for y'all showing your faces. So, okay. Let me just go ahead and I'm just going to be here for a hot second. I am chilling, but I did say I was going to do that, so I had lied. But now I'm good. All right, I'm out of here.
Yeah, the clothing, you wouldn't have thought of that. And our family members have just been so wonderful with sending clothes for her and everything. And didn't even think about that. And we start putting shirts onto her head, and they don't fit. And I couldn't wait to have a girl to put bows in her hair and ribbons in her hair, and she just does not like that. I mean, her head is still obviously aching her.
Mm.
Someone just said beautiful mom and grandma. I just want to let everyone know that mom is not here. Custody has been removed from mom at this point in the investigation. So right now on these lives are her two grandmothers. So I am Maria is Dylan's mom. I am Dylan's stepmom.
Those are daddy's side of the family.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, got it. You guys, we can ask questions. So with respect to the fact that it's an open investigation, they'll answer what they are comfortable with. So if you do have questions, go ahead and put them in the chat. And look at that beautiful, that is beautiful. Justice for Makenzie. I like how that flame is bouncing off that paper.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Amanda.
Oh yeah, and the people have asked, so she is in a 12-month-old clothes.
I unmuted you,
turned
Amanda.
She just turned 9 months on the 12th, but she is wearing 12-month-old clothes, and we are so grateful for that. When she was admitted into the hospital, she was malnourished and dehydrated, and of course was having seizures because of the abuse to her head. I don't know if y'all saw those rolls, but those rolls on her now go on forever.
They do. Yes.
And she is one little chunky monkey now.
Pinksy, that's fine.
Love
Anybody
it.
can reach out to me privately, or you can reach out to us privately on the Makenzie page. We'll be happy to do whatever it is that we can. And we thank everybody so much for their support and love and supporting us as the family. Maria, didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I mean, as I'm sure everybody can understand, you know, it takes a tribe, and it takes a even bigger tribe when you're, you know, working with a medically fragile baby. And we have really band together, and Makenzie has some of the strongest, I want to say women. She does have men, but she really does have some of the strongest women in her corner that just rally for her every single day and love her to absolute pieces. And we're showing her that no matter what happens with her, whether she stays blind, whether she has developmental delays, all the things that we don't know because she's just too young to tell us, we're going to push her to be everything that she can possibly be, no matter what her limitations are. That's kind of how we're going about it. And the support that we're getting from everybody on the outside helps us to be strong in our weakest moments. Because trust me when I tell you, there are days when you just want to sit back and you want to yell, you want to scream, you want to cry, you want to break things. You want to do all of those things because A, someone hurt this baby, but B, your quest for justice is just so right there. And you feel as though people aren't taking an interest, and people who have sworn to protect and serve are simply not doing that. And 7 months later, I'm angry.
I bet.
Maria's angry. Her aunts and uncles are angry. Her grandfathers are angry. Everybody's angry, and we're tired of being quiet.
Right. It's been long enough. You guys were 6 months. They would have had my butt.
Yeah, somebody did just ask, when did this happen? It happened January 31st. And
well, that's when the 911 call was made.
Correct.
The injury, based on medical reports, shows that the injury most likely occurred prior to that. We're not privy to exactly when. We have been told at least 2 days prior to 911 being called for Makenzie that the injury occurred, and she was denied medical care.
Crazy. Shining Light says someone's cutting onions. Oh, yeah.
Onions have started.
Mm-hmm. Are you able to tell who the suspect is? No, they're not. I'm sorry. You guys can answer that one. I'm sorry. I just knew that answer. I was excited.
Yeah, we would love to be able to say who the suspect is. We're trying desperately to be patient and respectful of law enforcement, the deputy district attorney, the district attorney. I will say it's getting a little harder. There is a suspect. We have been told that is not plural. And that's kind of as far as we can go right now at this point.
Okay. I already have my gut instincts. They know I'm quick to be like, that's some bullshit. So, you know.
Oh yeah, I'll call bullshit every single day. Like I want to, you know, blurt it out. I absolutely do, because I'm tired of watching this person walk around like nothing happened to this baby, you know, living the best life. It is the hardest thing to sit back and watch when you see Makenzie suffer the way that she has and continues to suffer.
Yeah, it's not right. For what?
Oh, they will catch him or her. If we all have anything to do with it, Shining Light, they will catch her.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just going to multiply, because I know I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I mean, the injuries now, I got the 3 skull fractures, and if I remember correctly, the bruising to the kidney, and then the broken leg and the bruising to the ribs. They didn't find that initially. Is that right?
I don't believe it was the ribs.
Wasn't the ribs? Okay.
Yeah, it was the kidneys. I believe, Maria, there was something in the medical report about bruising to the kidneys.
And
She had a
McKinney says
broken leg.
correct.
Yep.
Okay.
She had a broken leg, 3 skull fractures. She had so much blood behind her eyes that they had to surgically go in and remove that. That surgery took place, Maria, that was the end of March or beginning of April. One of the two.
That was a beginning of March.
Okay, so they removed the blood from behind the eyes to find that one eye had so much damage to it that they're not sure if that vision will ever come back. The second eye, she was seeing peripheral. And you know, until she's old enough to read a chart, I don't think we'll really know the magnitude of what is happening with her eyesight.
Jeez. Well, I tell you what, she looked like she was looking straight at us in this camera, so that's great.
She does. She does.
Yes, we're hoping that she at least has enough eyesight in the one eye.
Yeah.
That she can continue to, you know, be a child who can read a normal book and not have to read Braille, you know, learn Braille. Right. So we're going to remain hopeful. We're going to stand on that, and we're not going to accept anything less.
Jeez.
So
Exactly.
I have a TT asking, how did this happen?
Yeah.
What the doctor's conclusion was, or is that the right word am I using, Melissa?
Yes.
What the doctor's conclusion was, because there was a bruise on her ankle, that she was taken like a baseball bat and thrown against a wall. Right. We don't know how many times, but that is how the doctors explained it to us, how the injury occurred.
And Maria, let's also make it very clear to everyone that yes, that is the opinion of licensed medical professionals at Children's Hospital. And it's been noted, and I'm being very careful in what I say here, but Makenzie, it's also been noted medically that Makenzie had old and new injuries.
Suggesting in my mind that something had already been going on and she just healed from those bruises and nobody knew. In my mind. That's the way it was. Oh my God. And it escalated like it always does, if that's the case. It always escalates. If that's child abuse, it always escalates. And it ends in death, usually.
Mackenzie's our little miracle that didn't end in death. So we have to believe that God has a plan for her.
He does. Did you see that face? Of course you did. You saw it. Something's very special about her.
There is something very special about her. She was put on this earth to do amazing things, and we do believe that. Yeah. God did not take her home for a reason.
Exactly, because she was, so little. For everything that happened to her, seriously, to survive that. And we looked at the video right before you guys came. The video is just like, she was hanging on, though. She wasn't letting go. But she looked like she could have been, oh, my God. At that point, it had been a couple days since whatever happened to her happened, right?
Yes, and I want to address this because, I want to kind of debunk any rumors or something. Someone is talking about, the state not paying for medical care or what have you. No, that's not the case. Makenzie does have medical insurance. What we're saying is that 911 was called January 31st when Makenzie started having seizures. It has been determined by licensed medical professionals that the injury occurred prior to 911 being called. So at that point, Makenzie had bruising on her chin, her cheek, her forehead, even her eyelid. So, tomato,
Yeah.
whether it was a day or whether it was 2 days. The fact is, attentive people who are in the care of a child,
Right.
when a child is in the care of an attentive person or persons,
Mm-hmm.
would know the child is acting differently, would know that the child is acting lethargic, that the child is eating or not eating, or whatever the case is. As a mom, I'm a mom, I have 3 children, so I was always able to differentiate when my children needed a diaper change, when they were hungry, when they were in pain. You learn to differentiate those because they're not old enough to tell you. So with the magnitude of injuries that Makenzie had, to the point of the brain swelling and then it inducing seizures, I believe that the doctor's findings are correct and that Makenzie was injured for at least a day, possibly 2, more than likely 2. And the people who were supposed to care for her were not attentive enough to understand that there was something wrong with this baby and did not seek medical care.
They played crazy because there's no way they couldn't see that. I mean, she had to be slowly declining to where she got to where she was in that video. She had to be.
Well, that would be assumed. Like I said, I'm a mom. I have 3 children. Brought them all home from the hospital, and I figured out, very early on, my baby's not happy. They must have went to the bathroom, or my baby's hungry, or my baby, this is a cry that's not normal. I'm going to call the pediatrician.
Right. Yeah. That's what we do as moms. We pick up on that. Especially if it's, all that bruising. But how did she think that happened? You know what I mean? Like, that's why for me, mom hit my radar. That's what I call it, a radar. Whenever these cases come up and somebody doesn't feel right, she hit my radar. And then when they came to pick her up from the hospital where she worked, can we talk about that? The fact that she didn't go into the hospital at that time. She went back home instead of taking Makenzie inside. Did I remember that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then she called 911.
Correct.
Pam, I'll answer that privately to you, okay?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was responding to someone. So we don't want to give out Makenzie's location. We want to keep her, obviously, we want to keep her safe, and we want to keep the media and all of that away from her. So, Pam is a very good, she's like family to me. So I'll answer her question privately.
Oh, okay. Got you. What you guys can do is make sure you hit that like and share this video. So her name, you know how it works. Go higher in the algorithm. More people can hear this story because it needs to make noise. A lot more noise. It needs to be, people should at least want to come and see what's going on when they see her name. And they need to sign that petition. And as I said, if you have it, there is a GoFundMe. And there are t-shirts available. They are adorable. Miss Melissa worked it out with the graphics. They are really adorable. So support any way you can. But this baby, she needs justice. She deserves justice.
Yeah, and if anybody's lighting candles or, saying their prayer for Makenzie tonight, send us pictures. You can send them to us, privately on the Justice for Makenzie page. And I'd love to put a collage together and put it on there, because these are things that we want to show Makenzie later on in life, so that she can see all the beautiful people in the world, that there is good in the world. Because unfortunately, one day we're going to have to sit down and we're going to have to explain to her what happened to her and who did this to her and who was there for her, who wasn't there for her. And we just want her to know that there is good in the world, and that all these people came on to support and love and pray for her and to help get her justice.
Exactly. Definitely. And I put that in the description too, so people can read that. Seriously, if you got a candle, light it, sing a song, do a tap dance, whatever you do, and send that video. You guys have my email. And if any of you want to share any way to be contacted, you can definitely do that. Otherwise, they can go through. What was the name of the Facebook group again?
Justice for
for
Makenzie,
Makenzie.
Tennessee, TN.
Okay, got it.
Gracelyn, if you're still on, can you just post that in the chat for people?
Now, we do have a few people asking who did this. We have our own opinion, but we are not at liberty to say. We can share with you guys to let you know that the father was not present. He was actually in another state, nowhere near the abuse that we can share with you all.
She was definitely in the care of mom, but the thing is that mom was at work when everybody finally decided, well, I guess when they freaked out for the final time and said, listen, you have to do something. She doesn't seem right. And that's when the boyfriend called mom at work and told her, hey, we need to get Makenzie checked out. My mom thinks it's a seizure. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I was told. I had been informed that there were a couple of phone calls placed. Makenzie wasn't acting correctly. He reached out to his mom. I believe she may be a retired paramedic or EMT, something of that nature. Don't quote me, not 100% certain on her credentials. And, you know, she gave her opinion on what she thought Makenzie, what was happening to Makenzie. She did think that it was a seizure. He reached out to Makenzie's mom, and from there, Makenzie was brought to the hospital, however long it took for him to load the children up, go to mom. Mom made the call to go back home. And I guess when Makenzie woke, she was experiencing the same behavior. And that's when 911 was called.
Way too long. She lost too much time in between. Probably could have kept some of the damage from being so severe or something. It's just weird. Do we know why she ignored the first couple of calls from her boyfriend? I mean, why would you?
You know, there's some speculation. There's some things that, you know, were told to us that I believe are still part of the criminal investigation. So I don't want to go too much into detail. I do know that she was alerted at some point, even prior to that, that, you know, Makenzie kind of just wasn't acting right. I think she said something about coming home early that night, and she didn't. She went out with a friend instead.
Yeah, she is all bad in my book. Oh,
Here's the thing. People are innocent. Here's the thing. And I just want to put this out there, no matter what our thoughts, feelings, or opinions are, you know, a little bit of a disclaimer. People are innocent until proven guilty.
That's right.
You know, tomato.
Yeah, right. I disclaimer, it's out there.
Right, exactly. So we don't want to say, you know, who did it, who didn't do it, because we're not law enforcement. We're not the investigators. As a family sitting back, there's a lot of things that we would have done completely different because we're attentive parents or just good human beings. I'll throw that out there. Everybody handles things differently. Everybody does things differently.
Definitely. And just for the record, you guys, I will say, since it's being recorded, the comments that you see on the screen, the comments you hear from my mouth, remember they came from the screen and my mouth. You understand? Maria and Melissa and Amanda, they say what they say. We said what we said. So don't mix the two up. And whoever might be listening, make sure you get that part straight.
And look, here's the reality of it. The reality is this. And I say this loosely because obviously we do care who put their hands on Makenzie. But the reality of it is I don't care who put their hands on Makenzie. I don't care if it's a green Martian with antennas coming out of his head. Though that person needs to be held accountable.
Whoever it is.
Period.
That's right.
Period.
That's right.
If you neglected this child, you need to be held accountable. If you put your hands on this baby, you need to be held accountable.
Yep.
If your life choices were so bad that you neglected your child or put your child in an endangered situation because of people you allowed around the child, you need to be held accountable for that, because you are your child's first. You are their first safety. You are their first bond. You are their first everything, and it is your job to keep your child safe.
Period. I agree 150%. And I say it all the time. I have no respect because it's just not that hard of a job. It gets tough, but it ain't that damn hard. And you sign up for it.
We know that kids don't come with instruction manuals. We know as parents, we might say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing. We're not perfect. We're never going to do it right 100% of the time. But here's the thing, this should not have gone unnoticed. And if you're hanging out with people or allowing people to watch your children who shouldn't be watching a dog, I blame you.
That is correct.
Me too. Uh-oh, we lost somebody. Oh, Maria dropped off. She's back. I'm like, what happened? We lost one. Amanda. Amanda is the one who brought us all together, and I don't know why she don't want to get her butt on this camera and take credit for that. None of us would be here right now if it wasn't for you.
Love you, Amanda. Thank you.
Yeah, we can see you. Can you?
Hi.
Okay, there we go.
Sorry, I'm kneeling on the kitchen floor.
I gotta tell you, being a grandma is the best thing in the world, Pinksy.
It's nice to see a face with the voice.
Right.
I make an echo when I come in when it's all of us, so I'm muting. Amanda, you guys chat it up for a minute. Go for it.
I'm gonna the ladies' room, so I'm gonna put you on candle mode.
It's pretty.
My kids are saying hi in the background. They want to be so bad.
I saw one of them
up here yet. We don't have
Yeah, they were
Jessica
walking
up here
around.
Yet, do we?
I don't see Jessica. No, did she say she was waiting? Because I don't see her.
Okay.
Check and see make sure she's not waiting and I'm just missing something. I don't want her to be out there like that. Yeah, candle mode, right, Aubrey? The candles are beautiful. Amanda, though, seriously, no, you got to take credit. James Riker Bill, we got a win today for Kara with that whole thing. I wouldn't know of any of these people, and a lot of people wouldn't know of these stories if it wasn't for you reaching out to me. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and I thank
for
you.
Caring. My pleasure.
I thank you for putting this out there.
My pleasure. How can I not? This is crazy. This is just... I'm going to try to get this picture up. You guys speak freely. I might even stop the screen. That just means we can't see each other for a minute, but I'm going to try to grab Mackenzie's video. I want to play it again. Okay, but let's speak freely. We can still hear everything. I'm going to go in my files.
And I'm going to try to get in touch with the aunt and see if we can get her on.
Okay, awesome. There you go. You guys can still see there. They just can't see the screen. That's perfect.
I know I had to go on my laptop to get on because my phone kept telling me no.
Yeah, apparently it doesn't like phones or something.
No, it does not like phones.
It went right on my laptop when I got home.
I'm learning with this app. It's a new streaming app for me. I didn't know that.
Sorry, I
Shahid, talking about Kara's now. No, it's kind of overlapping. Kara's not here tonight. I was just saying Amanda is the one who brought Kara's case to my. Oh no, let me just be quiet. There's another Kara in here, and they're talking to her. So never mind. Never mind. Continue. I am going to mute out for a minute, ladies. So feel free to share anything you want to share, and keep reading the questions too. I'll be right back.
I can say, everybody, please
All
keep
these
sharing.
messages are
Yeah,
Join
I
our
can't keep up with the
messages.
messages, so y'all have to help me.
And we all need to get louder, screaming for Makenzie. We need it.
Yes, we do. We owe it to her. I mean, golly. Oh, I can't wait for the day of an arrest, though, because you guys are gonna
Girl,
see.
like 500
Thank you,
candles
Rhonda.
a day that happens.
What are you gonna do?
I'm a light 500 candles a day that happens.
Exactly. Seriously,
Like
that's
candles across America.
Right?
right. Yes, because it's overdue.
It's
Overdue.
way overdue.
Now.
I'm trying to figure out how they determine when and how they would. Oh, is somebody else down there? Wait a minute. I see another picture. Oh no, that's okay. How can I get me off of here? Let me see if this works. I don't want to delete. Okay, let me see.
So I
So I
think
think
we may
we may
have
have
missed some
missed some
questions.
questions.
So if
So
we
if we
didn't
didn't
answer
answer
your
your
questions,
questions,
please
please
answer it
answer
and
it and
ask it
ask it
again.
again.
We're
We're
echoing
echoing
again.
again.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
are.
we are.
Mackenzie
Mackenzie
is
is
using
using
therapies.
therapies.
She's
She's
going
going
to
to
physical
physical
therapy.
therapy.
We have
We have
check-ins
check-ins
with
with
occupational
occupational
therapy as
therapy as
well.
well.
Maria, did I miss any therapies?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get Jessica on here.
Oh, okay. Or did I miss any other therapies? She's still doing physical therapy, and she's there's still check-ins with OT, right? The occupational therapy.
Yes. We're still doing physical therapy and occupational therapy. And they are still doing MRIs. One of the saddest things about the MRIs is they don't always want to put her under. So she's awake. They strap every part of her body down. She cannot move. She obviously hates that. And she has to endure this every month. And it just breaks my heart watching her have to do an MRI.
Well, and that's because they have to monitor. So people are going to have questions about that. So here's the thing: they have to monitor the swelling. If there's any, new bleeds, or if an old bleed is, still bleeding. And there was the last MRI did show some atrophy. The doctor stated in his opinion. So they're monitoring that to find out. And they also have to make sure that her skull forms properly. That could become an issue as well.
That is correct. Jessica's going to try to come on here with us.
Oh, okay, awesome. Just don't send her the link. Don't give her the link that I got, because that was bad.
No, we have not tried any kind of therapy with horses or animals. That's quite. She has 2 dogs in the house, and she loves her dogs. But we have not tried any other physical therapy or anything else with her. I think the horses. One of the things that we have realized in taking her for walks in the stroller, she does not like the stroller. If there is uneven ground, that bumping in the stroller bothers her, hurts her. We've also noticed that if anything touches her head, we had a little baby bean bag that was accidentally thrown in her direction, and it was a bean bag. It was the size of my thumb, and any kind of impact on her head puts her in a tizzy. And it's really sad that I don't think they'll ever go away.
She may always have triggers. We can only hope that, they get better over time, and hopefully they will. If they won't, we'll keep trying different things, right, Maria?
Yes.
And we're
Yes,
always open to suggestions.
yes, we are very open for suggestions. Someone's asking about a ticks. of course, like I said, you have seen I'm here with her, and I've seen little things. She winks a lot. But I'm not sure if that is just bright light that bothers her, or if that is actually a tick. Um, the doctors aren't concerned about it. Of course, you won't do it in front of them, so they actually haven't seen it, and I can't get my camera out fast enough to video it. So they're just they're just watching her very, very closely month after month. I'm just reading all these comments, and it's just so wonderful that everybody has something wonderful to stay, and it's so good to feel like you're really are part of a village, that Melissa, me, Jessica are not in it alone, and that means the world to us.
It does, because it can get rather exhausting. And we've been so good though, Maria. We really have, like, delegating, okay, you guys handle the medical. We'll try to handle, the legal and the investigation. So we do try to delegate it, but we have lives and jobs and families, and so it makes it hard. So when even one person says, I'll call the state attorney's office, we're like, yes, okay.
Yes, any help is welcome. Any help is welcome.
Pink is my RX said, I don't know if you can see my question, but may I buy a star for Makenzie? I have no grandkids. I will get full info from your Facebook page.
Oh, that would be absolutely amazing. Yes, absolutely. Maria, are you on board with that?
Oh, of course, of course.
That's awesome.
Jess, you can't find the link to come on? Okay, hold on a second. I'll get it to you, okay?
Okay, perfect. I'm going to show Mackenzie's video for anybody that wasn't here in the beginning when I did it. And while we get Jessica on, ladies, I'm just going to mute all the mics for a minute while we play Mackenzie's video, and then we're right back at it, okay?
Makenzie. 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 Makenzie.
It's just rough to watch when you know what, the aftermath. I know. I'm sorry, ladies. I played it before you came on. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood what we're talking about and what we're here for. Wait a minute, baby. Let me unmute you. There we go. Sorry.
But look at her now.
Exactly. Look at her now. Hello. Welcome, Jessica.
Hi.
She looks amazing right now. Nothing like that video, you guys. That's the best part. Welcome, welcome. Speak freely. I'm just the pilot of the plane. You guys do what you do.
This is Amelia, Mackenzie's cousin.
Hi, Amelia. Hi, sweetheart. You're on YouTube. Show all your friends. Welcome, welcome, you guys. I just wanted to show. I know it's not the video, everybody. loves to see. But that's what she went through. That's why you have to sign the petition, GoFundMe, buy a T-shirt, whatever floats your boat. Just say her name, get her story out there, because what happened was not right.
Any and all support is so greatly appreciated. Okay. Okay.
You got to hear. People are already offering any resources they have. They will be reaching out to you guys. They're not just saying that, or they'll reach out to me. Shining Light can sew. So she's going to be looking into working on those shirts so we can make sure we don't trigger when we get Makenzie all decked out in her, in her gear. So there's a lot of love for her here. Did she doze on off? Maria?
No.
No. She's not having it. She knows. She feels the energy and the love.
She does. I mean, 5 minutes before we all started, we heard her crying up there.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I guess she wanted to be part of the video a little bit. And make sure she said thank you to all you wonderful people.
She did. I think she gave us like 2 smiles. I could have sworn. Her little nose scrunches up when she smiles. It is adorable.
Yes. Her smile lights up the room. It's amazing.
It does. And she just gives you a little bit.
Did we lose Melissa?
I thought she was. Did she tell us to hold on? She was going to get you, I thought. I don't know where she
got me on here. Let me see here.
I see her connected, but I don't see her. She has a black background. Oh, now she just dropped. So she's going to call right back. There you go. She came right back.
Okay.
It's black again, though. We don't have a visual. Oh, maybe your camera's off, Melissa? No? You guys, we got Amanda, Maria, Jessica, and Melissa, just to bring everybody up to speed. These are Makenzie's warriors. Thank God for y'all.
Are you a warrior too?
Sure.
That's right. And Amelia. That's right. Absolutely. And the pups in the background having a good time.
I'm so sorry about that.
I know. I love the fur babies. I got one.
We've had a busy evening in a house.
Thank you.
I'd expect, so they're up here with us right now.
That's okay. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Thank you very much, Creative Tater. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Oh, I missed it. Where'd it go? No, Obsidian, you cannot borrow Makenzie.
Wait. Back up.
Which one? Did I pass something?
No. I'll take help.
Oh, a little help. Oh no, listen, Obsidian might be on her way. Look, she said,
"Yep."
Oh my God, give me that baby. Like, just let.
So between 12 p.m. and 6 a.m., I am taking volunteers.
I know that's right. I'm sure you need it. Melissa wrote that she doesn't know what happened. It's just a black screen now. Why? Here, let me see something. Let me try something.
Get the dog down, honey. Hey, babe, can you take the dogs and put them in Madison's room, please?
No, that didn't work. The puppies are fine. They're not even making a sound.
They are so rambunctious. They're all worked up right now. Doing the YouTube.
Melissa, we still don't have a visual.
I still have like 5 minutes, like 15.
Okay.
No, it's not right, Lakeisha. It's dead wrong. It's dead wrong. So let me see. I know I had some more thoughts too that I was wondering about the ride. Oh, there you go. We can see you now, Melissa. Let me bring you back.
I think I'm back, maybe.
There she is.
If you didn't want to party, you should have just told us.
That's Maria. People I'm always on the phone with.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Hi, Phoebe. I don't know what's happening.
This is awesome. That's what's happening. All the love in this room. Yes, she is a survivor and a warrior. Absolutely. Maria, do you have, let me see. Can you, well, maybe I don't have to scroll too far. Let me look in my messenger. Am I sharing my screen? I'm not. Okay. Let me pull up the picture that you sent me of Makenzie. The 9-month picture now.
Yes, it's her 9 months. Yeah.
Okay, let me get that.
And again, her roles go on forever.
They're adorable. They're adorable. She's adorable. What a survivor. Oh my God. I know adults that wouldn't be smiling like that in just
No.
6 months. Crazy. So strong.
She's always been a really happy baby.
You can see it. I said in her eyes, you can see. Maria, I hadn't done the video yet with the photos. Do you want me to
send it to you again?
No, I have them. I just don't.
Okay.
Are you okay if I show them now? I don't want to send you into tears.
No.
Okay.
Just that one video does it for me every time.
Yeah, I bet. Okay, let me share my screen, y'all. What do I have going on here? Wait a minute. Let me see here. That's there. And this, I need to leave. Okay, I don't know why I had 2 of those open, but let's close this. That could be part of the echo. I don't want that. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen, you guys. Now you can see Makenzie smiling and happy and just like she was a minute ago on camera. So let me share. She was dressed all cute. Did you do that, Maria?
I'm sorry.
Did you dress her that day? She's so cute. Right here.
No.
She is adorable. I love the little headband. You work it, girl. Yes. Too cute. Matching with the little yellow in the outfit. And she's just happy. I wish that she never had to know.
I wish she didn't have to know either.
That's what I feel when I see that
Thank
picture.
with
I'm gonna mute because I think that's
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that day where she asks me why she can't see out of her eye.
Yeah, that's a rough story to tell.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a few mountains. Fine.
Wait a minute, let me do this. Say that again. I'm gonna mute.
I said I think there's going to be a few mountains that we're going to have to climb when we tell Makenzie what happened to her.
Yeah.
The important thing is, though, is that we would like to end that story with whoever did this to her, that they get the proper punishment, and that we fought hard for them to receive that proper punishment.
Right. That she will know that. And she will. You guys, this is, I mean, everybody in the chat is like, you guys are amazing. You guys are rock stars. You guys are, they just love what you're doing. Just to have the compassion and the strength. Because it's, I mean, 6 months, that's a long time to not get anything really.
It has been a very long time.
Jesus.
It's hard to wait. You know, you want to be respectful and give them the opportunity to do their job and do it correctly. But
Right.
it gets difficult to wait, especially when you feel as though maybe they're not doing everything that they could be doing.
Right.
Or should have already done.
Right.
Yeah, like what's the hold up, really? I mean, goodness gracious. Because, okay, Maria, are you able to say, like, is there, or are any of you guys able to say, what's the time frame before family court could actually move her somewhere else? Or, you know, when does that?
I don't think that's going to happen. I think that they'll continue continue on with it until criminal court does whatever it is that they need to do. I think that they'll end up holding on. I would hope that it would only be like one more continuance before we're able to finally see the wheels of justice begin to turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Makenzie is, you know, she is with people who absolutely, you know, they love and adore her, and you know, they're all helping. You know, obviously, we're all helping at some level.
Right.
To take care of Makenzie, whether that's helping financially or, you know, monetarily, and then you have, you know, other family who are physically taking care of Makenzie. Unfortunately, all of us are in totally different states, if you can believe that one. So
Right.
we can't even sit down and have a cup of Starbucks with each other and, you know, go over everything. So, you know, there's a lot of FaceTime. As far as Mackenzie's placement with where she is, I don't foresee that moving anytime soon, if ever.
Good.
You know, that's what our goal is.
Right. Right.
You
Definitely.
know,
Definitely.
she deserves stability and security and consistency in her life, and that is ultimately going to be the goal.
Right. Exactly. That makes sense. And that would be you, Maria, right? She would stay with you.
No, I'm just here to help
Oh, okay.
right now.
Okay.
I'm just here helping the guardians.
And we're in Tennessee, right?
I'm not saying where I'm at.
I mentioned earlier because we have another baby that was just badly abused in Tennessee, and then we have a missing baby in Tennessee. So, and then it's Madisonville. So we talked about Tennessee earlier, but not, you know, of course, I don't even know where you are. So that's the extent of that.
Yes, Mackenzie's injury took place in Tennessee.
Gotcha.
Monroe County, Tennessee is handling the investigation.
Okay, that's what I meant. Okay, got it. Yeah, there's nothing but love and support coming through here for you guys. The investigation, is that, how does that even go? Because we got a lot of cases right now where we keep hearing the investigation. That means they're supposed to be talking to people and checking on things right now, technically, is happening.
That's what's supposed to be happening.
Okay, one of those. For the last 6 months.
We've definitely had a lot of people reach out to us on the Justice for Makenzie page that we have actually ended up contacting ourselves. And they've never spoken to law enforcement or the Department of Children's Services, despite the fact that they actually requested to talk to law enforcement and the Department of Children's Services, because they felt as though they had something that would be pertinent to the investigation, and nobody reached out to them.
Wow. See, that's not good.
No, that's
And
not
you,
good.
so you know that from talking to the people that said they reached out, right?
Yes, directly to them.
Wow.
We have found out collectively and individually through people, you know, when Justice for Makenzie was launched, we had so many people, you know, obviously come out and show their support, but then we had so many more come out and be like, oh, you know, well, I called this person or I called that person, or I was a witness to something, you know, that happened, or they were a witness to something that they heard. You know, there was someone who actually sent law enforcement to do a well check, and apparently that really didn't happen. Law enforcement showed up, but as quickly as they showed up, they were gone again. So there really was no well check that was completed. There was no follow up to that. You know, we've had people call DCF, you know, to want to give a report with no cooperation from them. I recently spoke with, and you want to talk about getting fired up. I recently called the deputy. I was trying to reach out to the district attorney, and the deputy district attorney on the phone with me. I explained who I was, why I was calling, and, you know, just kind of gave, and I was very respectful in the beginning when I said, you know, look, we feel like some time has passed. We don't understand why nothing has happened, why, there hasn't been an arrest, when there's things that we absolutely 100% unequivocally know. And I was told by the deputy to happen overnight. And my response to that was, well, yeah, anybody who sees a baby beaten on the brink of death would want that. I said, but if that really were truly the case, I'd have called you 5.5 months ago. I'm calling you 6 months later. I honestly feel like I've given you enough time and the respect of your position to do the right thing for Makenzie. So that's what we're met with when we start making these phone calls. We're met with, you're wrong for even calling me. But yet you would think that that people care about this baby or anybody who's ever been, any baby who's been. I agree, Amanda.
I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I don't get how it's not the utmost urgency for everyone. Even if you did feel like it should happen overnight, so what? There's a baby hurt, I
mean, I definitely feel like we gave them ample opportunity to do their job. And, it was really frustrating because we kept being led to believe that there was an end in sight on multiple different occasions. And then when it came time to call them and discuss where we were at with the case, if, the strides that they had claimed to be made had been made, most of the time it would take weeks to even get them to answer the phone.
Wow, that's crazy. How do you just do that?
We're not.
Yeah, seriously, that's crazy. Just blatant disrespect. I mean, that is their job, right? Oh my God. Maria, I gotta know how. Again, I feel, hi Chris, welcome. Hi Chris Thorne show. I just want to know, because you have you're there helping out, and that means mom is coming to visit there, right?
That is correct. The judge did give her supervised visits. And we understood why the judge, and this was in family court, because there hasn't been any charges made. The judge's hands were tied. He had to give the supervised visits. So yes, mom has been here a couple of times.
And does she act normal? Because I'm just wondering how she feels right now about everything going on. Does she call and check on her? Or what is she doing with her life right now? Do we know, or can we say?
I'm debating on that.
Okay.
Melissa?
Man, you saw me
I
step
don't know
on that one.
I'm just, I guess my question is, where's mama? What's she doing right now? Just because this is her baby.
That's a good question.
Right?
That is a very good question.
We got a picture of her on the beach where life was back to normal for her.
Back to normal?
That is correct.
We're still trying to get back to normal from COVID 2 years ago. How is she back to normal? See, I don't like it. On the beach, huh? Did she have on a 2-piece or 1-piece? Was it Victoria's Secret? What? Kicking it. And this doesn't look good. If you think about some of the cases, everybody that had this type of behavior, it wasn't good. You don't go kick it. Not while your baby is recuperating and trying to even find out if she has eyesight and going in and out of MRIs. Unless there was a
the reality is we don't expect her to stop her life. I mean, she is allowed to go out, but you don't have to post it all over Facebook.
she don't need to be on darn beach.
I'm a mom of 4, and if one of my children had experienced what Makenzie has been through, and I didn't have my child in my life every day, you couldn't pull me out of bed.
Right.
I would be absolutely distraught. I would not be on the beach.
The beach.
I would not be going out having a good time and living my best life. I'd be doing absolutely everything I had to do to make sure that my child was getting justice, and I would be doing everything I could to be providing for her the best way that I could, whether that be financially, coming up to help as much as humanly possible. I would be definitely putting my best foot forward, and on the days that I couldn't be with my kids, I would be a mess.
Exactly, because what else can you do with your time if you can't go look and fix this problem? You go stir crazy.
Absolutely.
I'd be in a fetal position. I would be in a fetal position.
For real. Only thing keeping me alive would be wanting to find my get my baby back.
And you certainly wouldn't be expressing to other people. And you know what, guys? I'm just going to say it, okay? Mom and her immediate family, other than the family you see on here, are pissed off at our quest to fight for justice. And I can say that because her stepdad came onto Facebook and declared our Justice for Makenzie page as nothing more than a family war. And I have it in writing. So come at me.
Yeah, that's public. No, that's public record. He put it out there. And what the hell?
I've got screenshots of it. I have, so look, at the end of the day, here's the thing. And I'm trying to be respectful of law enforcement. One of my things that I do hold, very dear to me because I have family, military and law enforcement, don't you ever talk sideways about them in my presence because I'm going to let you know. I have the utmost respect.
Right. They're not all bad.
And I have tried very hard to take a step back and try to see things from everybody's perspective. As a mother and a grandmother, I cannot see the perspective of anyone ever shooting a grown adult who continues to make, excuse my French here,
go for it,
or excuses,
right,
or decisions as a human being. How can you side with that over an innocent child who cannot speak, cannot tell you what's wrong?
Nothing at 3 months. Nothing.
How
I
do
believe I believe his exact words were, yes, it was true that Makenzie was hurt. Hurt is an understatement. The child was beaten to inches of her life.
I was the one who was actually at the hospital with Makenzie. And I can tell you that it was traumatizing.
I bet.
Traumatizing. 6 months later, and I still have a difficult time talking about it.
Jesus.
Going into the ICU with a baby who's covered in bruises, and her head is far bigger than what you would have expected to see.
Oh my God.
She couldn't be in direct light for days. I mean, there was just, it was awful. She was constantly being taken back and forth to tests to try to see if there'd been any kind of change. You're sitting on pins and needles every time that she even takes a quick breath or gasps. You worry that it's a bigger problem.
Right.
I mean, it was absolutely horrible. And to say that she was hurt, that she was just hurt. She didn't fall down and skin her knee.
Right. And quote him.
She was brutally assaulted.
And let's quote him that creating Justice for Makenzie, no good was going to come of it.
And that we didn't know what we were talking about.
Oh, he was so wrong. He was so wrong.
Yes, he was.
That's grandpa on the other side. Did I hear that right or no?
On the mother's side.
Mother's side. Well, that whole family sounds suspect to me because you don't
Yeah.
enable.
Besides me.
I'm
from
sorry,
that side of the family.
I was talking about, mom and
Don't
dad
put me in
helping
there,
her out.
please.
You are all good.
I can tell you that, of course, you see that the Mackenzie's with me. I'm with the guardian. We have
Mhm.
not received one phone call from the grandmother and grandfather on that side. How is Makenzie doing? Do you need anything? Can we send you anything?
Wow.
Not one phone call.
Wow.
Meanwhile, I set up during from moment one when Makenzie was being released from the hospital, I set up, like an Amazon registry. And
Mhm.
people from my husband's job were sending things to Makenzie, and the maternal grandparents of this baby did not even send a box of diapers.
Wow.
Or even pick up the phone to ask how she was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
if you can't afford it, look, we totally get it. Like, if you're not in the position where, you can provide a can of formula to help Makenzie out, or diapers or whatever, we get it. But pick up the phone, pick up and support the people who are caring for her. Pick up the phone and support, justice for her, and just sounding board if anyone were to need you. None of that has happened.
That's crazy.
No, we
That's
expected when she came for her supervised visits that maybe she would come with a bag of diapers, formula, a stuffed animal for Makenzie.
Something.
Nothing.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Court ordered. She was doing nothing to help support Makenzie until the judge enforced her to pay $100 a month.
Somebody was just asking that in chat. Is she paying child support or anything?
$100, because in family court, I believe that was all the judge could allocate at the time. And Maria, was that in April's hearing or May? Jess, you might know.
That was in May's hearing, and that was even just for the two younger ones. Doesn't even include the two older ones she doesn't pay child support on.
And that she doesn't have custody of.
Yeah, no, she's got a big red flag in my book.
You're right. You cannot call him grandpa. That is true.
Yeah, I
He
take it back.
had that title revoked.
I've never taken anything back, but I take it back. You're right, Jennifer. Jennifer, one of my mods, she keeps me on my toes. You're right.
Jennifer, you're correct. What WTF is $100 a month? I don't know. Because listen, I've raised 3 kids. Our youngest is going to be 20 in September, and I still can't feed him for $100 a month.
Exactly. Seriously. But
I
that's
can't feed
because
usually for
when
$100 a week.
No.
The only time I've seen it that low is when somebody is unemployed. Is she not working while she's on the beach? I mean, she sounds like that's the only time I've seen it that low, honestly. Family court, where I'm from, can go up to 18% of your income. But if you don't have a job, they'll give you something like $25 a week or something weird like that. So I'm wondering if she wasn't working when that happened, and that's why.
No. As far as we know, and this is information that has been given to us, she actually has 2 jobs.
Oh my God! Then how the hell is she only paying $100 a month?
She's making plenty of enough money to keep her hair done.
Wow.
There's that.
Nah, something's wrong with that picture right there. I thought that was part. Oh, you were correcting yourself. Well, you corrected me too. Thank you. You were right. No, I don't. My grandma, my grandpa, my mom, my son's grandma and grandpa, I mean, they wouldn't go for that. They grabbed me by my ear like I was 2 years old and dragged my ass back. You better go figure out what's going on with my grandbaby.
Absolutely.
Period. And they damn sure wouldn't be helping me buy nothing and seeing me at a beach or no. They'd be like, are you on crack?
I mean, look, realistically, the highlights that she got done in her hair cost more than $5 that she sends to Makenzie. So I'm just going to put that out there.
That's
Mhm.
insane right there. She shouldn't even
Yeah, I think
feel good about herself.
I think she had pretty expensive sneakers on when she was here too.
But she's got an excess of, a surplus of money. She's only putting out $100, $25 a week for her baby.
Yep.
Well, and she lives with her parents, so
and she lives with
Oh,
mommy and
God.
daddy.
So no rent.
Nope.
Wow. Is she 18? She's got to be
she's
a teenager.
almost 30.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Yeah, something's not right about that. And who is she saying did this? Can we say that?
She has blamed everybody.
Wow. See, another red flag. Everybody but me. It's everybody but me.
Blamed everyone but Zanny the nanny.
Wow. I don't like it. But the boyfriend is the one that suggested they call for help. The babysitter wasn't babysitting.
Keeping in mind she was still married when the boyfriend was living there.
Ooh, that's to
They were
Mackenzie's
not
father.
even separated.
To Mackenzie's father.
Yes.
Wow. While he was away, she was doing her thing. Wow, not good. Then she lets his baby get hurt, and then blames everybody else. And that was it. They did it. Which one? She didn't know who. She couldn't help the case a little more than that.
I mean, there were several people that she blamed. It kind of cycles. She blames one person, then she changes to another person, then she changes to another person, and then she circles back around to the first person she blamed.
Jesus. No. Law enforcement, we talk about this all the time. Law enforcement is way too smart to overlook all these clues that I feel like I'm getting right now about some things.
Well, we're hoping the exact same.
Sometimes they get tight-lipped for a reason.
How is the father taking this all in? Maria, I'm going to let you go with that one for a minute.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it out there. My son, Mackenzie's father, is an addict. He has been in and out of jail for drug use and distributing. Right now he can't take care of himself, let alone a child. But I do want to reiterate that he was nowhere near that Tennessee when this all takes place.
No, because look, the fact is, unfortunately, my stepson, was in jail at the time because of his habitual drug use that generally gets him in trouble. But at this time, mom and dad are together hanging out on the beach.
Now that's weird.
That is correct. Yes, it is very weird.
Do you think it's because he doesn't think she did anything? I mean, does he?
Well, even if we look at it that way. So here's the thing, and I've tried to put myself in, even his shoes. First of all, I don't know how I would be able to handle the fact that there could be an if behind that.
Gotcha.
Do you understand what I'm saying? But
I do.
Even if we look at the fact that maybe he just cannot emotionally wrap his head around the fact that someone he loves could hurt his baby, what we can do is look at medical evidence that says Makenzie was malnourished, Makenzie was neglected, Makenzie obviously was abused at some point. Makenzie was denied medical care because of an inattentive caregiver. So when you look at that, even if you take away who physically put their hands on the baby, what we do know is that she was in the care of mom.
Right.
And mom neglected Makenzie on many other levels. So that's what I have a hard time with my stepson. And I love my stepson like he's my son. Maria knows that. Dylan has always been a part of our family. We've always wanted Dylan to be a part of our family. But at the end of the day, I can't wrap my head around the fact that you know these things and you still choose to be with this woman.
Understood completely. I think I would feel the exact same way, son or stepson.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not that, you know, anybody should feel anyway. I'm just saying, I think so. I think so, because it's like weird was the only word I could come up with. Like, until I know you didn't do this, we can't even be friends.
Right.
Mhm.
See, someone just said, I think it says TT, you know, that it would feel like a dream. And it's actually kind of funny because I tell people, you know, when this first started, I literally feel like I'm stuck in a Lifetime movie and I can't get out.
Mm,
Mhm.
mm. Can't get out. And it hasn't even really gotten going until we get, now you got to worry about trials and stuff, you know, hopefully going to trial.
Oh, it will go to trial. We'll make sure of that.
One way or the other, justice
Yeah.
will be served for Makenzie.
Text me, son. Get out of my room. Sorry, my son is in bed.
We're going to go take him.
Text me.
What I mean is we're going to rattle the doors of everybody willing to listen until justice is served legally.
Right, right. Exactly. Using your voice, using that paperwork. How about right now? So there's an investigation, but is there any lawyer? Anybody have a lawyer? Are you guys lawyered up? Is she lawyered up? Can anybody talk about that or no?
She has a lawyer, if that's what you want to call her.
She does.
Makenzie has a lawyer.
Oh, Makenzie does. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
but unfortunately, you know, she hasn't really done anything, you know. So we're actually in the process right now of attempting to try to get her private counsel. It's just turned out to be a bigger task than we anticipated. Obviously, we have never gone through anything like this before, so you know,
Right.
we're in the process of getting that handled, because that's our number one priority, is making sure that somebody is involved in this case that
Yeah.
takes Mackenzie's best interest at heart,
Right.
not mom's, not dad, not, you know, whoever
Right.
the suspect ends up being, you know, whatever the case may be. We just want to make sure that Makenzie is properly represented.
Definitely. Absolutely. Because this is a criminal case for sure.
Yep, guardian of lightum. You were right, TT.
Is that what you have right now?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
Yes,
Lord.
yes.
Oh, Lord.
Mhm.
That makes sense now.
and
That
mom,
makes sense.
you know, she was appointed a family law attorney. So she's court appointed. She has an attorney. So
Sorry, guys. So okay, mom has an attorney, and you guys have the GAL, or Mackenzie has but she got a full-on attorney. Did the other people at the house, did they lawyer up? Did the boyfriend lawyer up?
Not as far as we know.
Interesting.
no, I think the boyfriend was cleared, right?
Boyfriend's completely cool.
As far as
Yeah.
we know, but
We-
not, I will say for the record, not everything that we have been told has always panned out. So,
Okay.
you know, but what we have been told, yes, he has been cleared.
Okay. Interesting. That is really interesting. And it's not plural when they say suspect. You know. So are they telling you how close they are to getting this suspect?
Many times.
Since March.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah, many times. And in fact, actually, the last time I spoke with him, I was told, I'm not going to give you another time frame because I just keep failing you.
Oh wow. Do you guys trust them?
You know,
No.
really and truth, I
No.
kind of do. Call me naive. I mean, I kind of do. I feel like, you know, he's trying to do the best he can. I'm not really sure if maybe in the back of my mind, I kind of wonder if maybe he didn't take it as seriously as maybe he should have in the beginning. And then he realized that, hey, we have a group of women here that are not going to go away. We probably need to ramp things up and do it accordingly and make sure we cross our T's and dot our I's. So I think that's sort of what ended up happening. I think that maybe they didn't take it as seriously as they should have in the beginning. And then they realized that, you know, we're loud and we're not going away.
Right. We better get our stuff together.
Right.
Good.
I used to live in the same county where this took place. Like I said earlier, my son is an addict, so I have had a lot of dealings with Monroe County Police.
Okay.
It is the good old boy network there, and I'm going to say it. It's a good old boy network.
I've heard that.
There.
We're hearing a lot about Tennessee lately.
Yes, and I agree with Jessica that he is probably working hard now because have 3 women up his ass, pretty much. And he's got to do his job now, but that doesn't excuse what has happened in the last 6 months.
Right.
I know how it works there. I know that they fish and hunt more than they investigate, and I can say that with a fact.
That's just, come on, seriously?
They have gone to other states to get heroin addicts and drug dealers. They have gone to California to go get them. This is, she's not getting the attention that Mackenzie's not getting attention that what she deserves.
Right.
Well, unfortunately, though, that seems to be a trend in Monroe County. That's another thing is since we started Justice for Makenzie, we've had so many people who reached out to us and said, hey, I've been in almost the exact same boat as you. And unfortunately, nothing happened. I actually had a lady recently who reached out to me and told me that there was another child who was hurt as a baby and ended up passing away from her injuries when she was 3 years old. And that despite loads of evidence against a suspect, no arrest was ever made. And she never received justice.
Wow.
And there's story after story coming out of Monroe County.
Jesus.
Like that.
So who's dropping the ball? Is that the cops, the CPS? Where is it falling short?
I think that there's lots of balls being dropped by lots of different people in all different kinds of departments.
Wow.
I don't think it's just one person or one department. I think it's a collective issue.
Yeah. That's really bad because that's a lot to cover up, and that's the type of stuff that causes conspiracies and things. So I hope it doesn't go that route.
Well, and that's the problem. You know, they leave families like us,
right,
kind of sitting back. You know, they don't want you to talk about the investigation. They don't want you to do this. They don't want you to do that. But yet they're not talking about it either. And
right.
then get some of these false hope narratives, you know, where, oh, well, we're going to go to the grand jury this month. And then it doesn't go to the grand jury. And then, oh, we're going to go to the grand jury this month. And now everybody wants to be secret about grand jury.
Right.
So, you know, I understand not wanting to make a suspect aware, you know, of whatever it is that's going on in the background. But, you know, at the end of the day, you can't, if you silence us, you silence Makenzie, and I'm not going to accept that.
Right. Exactly.
You know,
that's actually when we decided to do Justice for Makenzie.
We've given them enough time. Like, I don't know what more they need. We have physically given them things, you know, other people have given them things.
No, they need to tell you if they know more and they've done more, like they're saying, then they should at least communicate better with the family and say, hey, we really are listening. We just can't talk. And, you know, at least you would have the comfort in knowing, okay, there's really work being done in the background. But just to leave someone kind of hanging and keep dragging the date out, it's like, okay, enough.
Well, and, you know, and it's such an emotional case, especially for her family. I mean, it's been really difficult to just sit back and hope and pray that they are doing their job. Yes, this story, it has been on the news, by the way. It's been on WBIR in Knoxville, Tennessee. So we did get some media exposure. I'd say it was probably about a month ago.
I don't know if I saw that one. I saw the one where you guys got to remind me. I forget the name of, not the name, but the relation of the woman that was in the news. Or the first one,
That was me.
was that you?
The one
Yeah.
that was me. I just had
I'm looking
makeup
now.
on and my
I'm
hair was
looking
done.
now
And
at
I
your
looked.
eyes like, yeah, oh my God. Okay, I have that one. That's the one I put in my video. When it,
Yeah,
okay.
that was me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we reached out to WB. Actually, WBRR found us. That's what was
Mm-hmm.
on Justice for Makenzie. They reached out to us, and so I called her that morning, and she ended up coming out to the house, and she interviewed my husband and I. And she put that out there, and and I know a lot of people were really aggravated because they said, oh, the story doesn't tell us anything. But the purpose of the story was not to out the suspect, out what we thought was happening, but more or less to say, hey guys, this baby got hurt in Monroe County, Tennessee, and nothing's happening. And we wanted people in the community to take an interest in the story so that they don't just try to sweep it under the rug. Because after we started Justice for Makenzie and all these people started reaching out to us, we realized that there are children all over Monroe County, Tennessee that are falling through the cracks. And I will be damned if my
Right.
niece is one of them.
Seriously. I know that's right. Oh my God, I don't know what I would do. My sister has a 6-month-old right now. I mean, I don't know what I would do. I mean, other than what y'all are doing, it might hurt somebody. I don't know. Like,
Oh, that's
it's
crossed our mind many a times.
I'm sure. And I think rightfully so, especially when you feel like the person is right under your, oh my God. Especially,
Well,
I
and
don't.
whether she's my niece or not, related to me or not, the fact that
Mhm,
some monster
mhm.
would do what they did to a 3-month-old baby is atrocious. And I think that that's
Yes.
why we've had so many followers and such amazing support, is because all the moms out there, all these women, all these men, that have children, or maybe they have nieces or nephews that they love like they're their own. I think that they feel the same kind of rage that we do. How do you do this? How do you do this and sleep at night?
I can't. I don't think I could. But you know what? I've seen some stories. These people do, and they go living on their lives for months, and the baby's in the backyard. You wouldn't believe it.
Well, and that's what we're trying to prevent. We're trying to prevent one more child from falling through the cracks. We're trying to prevent one more child from being overlooked, one more child, to appear meaningless in this game of abuse that people play and get away with. It's not okay. It's not okay for Makenzie. It's not okay for any child
Exactly.
to endure what they endure, and then to know that there's just no justice for them. And I mean, that's a really hard pill to swallow. And it's much harder for us because, it is Makenzie. It's my granddaughter, Maria's granddaughter. It's Jessica's niece, but at the end of the day, if somebody came to me and said, I need help in this fight because this happened to my child or my grandchild, I would be there to help in that fight, because you just don't do this. You just don't do it. And I don't care, I understand Tennessee. I lived there for, a few years, and I do know that there is this good old boy network, and it kind of seems like, the seventh generation can kind of do whatever they want to do because the other six generations are there to kind of clean it up and bury it and whatever. But that's not how things should be. We're in 2021. Laws are different. Things are different. People are different. We're living in a world where there's more hatred than there is love. And we're living in a world where everybody thinks that violence is the answer. There's no more critical thinking. We problem solve. This
Mm-hmm.
generation is problem solving by beating each other up mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. And, laws are in place for a reason, and I don't believe that anybody should be above them. And I believe wholeheartedly take an oath to serve and protect, then it is your duty to do that.
Period. It is. But I've been hearing some pretty not so good things about these you know, a lot of people in those positions where they're supposed to help, but these GALs specifically.
Well, that you're
Right.
Well, you
speaking
know-
about the G. Go ahead, Jessica.
Oh, I was just going to say, well, you know, funny enough, I've actually worked with a lot of GALs in Tennessee,
Mm-hmm.
and they've all been fantastic.
that's
We
good.
actually worked with another GAL in South Carolina at one point in time who was really good as well. This is actually the very first time that I've encountered one that is not doing their job at all, to the point that I actually ended up calling her myself. And, you know, I was not so friendly about, you know, the fact that it had been 6 months and none of us even knew who she was. We didn't know her name. She had not been doing anything she was supposed to be doing. That kind of kick-started her into doing some of the things that she should be doing. But at this point in time, she's a day late and $1 short, you know, and I don't trust her to do her job. I don't trust that she has my niece's best interest at heart.
That's terrible.
has-
That's terrible.
She has spoke to the Guardian twice. I'm sorry, 3 times in the last 7 months. 3 times. And one of those times was just to let the Guardian know when the Zoom meeting was going to be.
Wow.
She should be in contact with the Guardian, if not weekly, at least monthly. How is the baby doing? How is physical therapy going? How is occupational therapy going? How are the MRIs going? Not
And
one.
3, that's crazy. See,
You
why?
know, and Jessica and I honestly have pretty much kept everyone, you know, up to date medically. I mean, I gave the detective, well, I gave to Jessica to give to the detective all of Mackenzie's doctors' phone numbers, everything. It's like, how do you guys not know what the heck is going on with her?
Like they hadn't even, like they really hadn't tried. That's interesting.
No.
And here we are, we're talking to all sorts of people that are contacting us, and doctors and lawyers and everybody that we can. We feel like we're working harder than they are.
Right.
And we are.
That's not right. That's not right.
So somebody was asking about the DA's phone number. And yeah, I have that. So if you have a pen handy and if somebody could write it in the chat as I read it off, the number is 423-442-7404. So again, it's 423-442-7404. That is, so the district attorney is Crump, and the deputy district attorney, I remember her name being Sherry, I believe. I have it written down somewhere in my crazy office. So yes, anybody who wants to call, please help us do that, because when I call, I get angry because of what they, you know, their responses are to me. So, you know, I try to be respectful, you know, when I'm on the phone, but I'm pretty stern with the fact of, we're not going to point fingers at other people. You've had a job to do. We're going into month 7, you know, shit or get off the pot, realistically.
That's where it is, period. That's that. They're missing. Earlier you said, you know, you don't know what else they need. They just need pressure now.
Yes.
Well, I think they need to be reminded too that she's not a case number. She's a child. She's a baby. She's a real, live, living human being.
Exactly. And people care about her. Maybe they have so many cases nobody cares this, and they're not used to understanding that you can't just get away with this. That there's family out here. Because why would you know, it doesn't make sense.
It is Crump, spelled Crump, and it
First
is
name Stephen.
It is Monroe County, Tennessee.
So there really are. I mean, wow. I'm just thinking about. Were there 3 people at the house again? Uh, the boyfriend, was it the boyfriend, the babysitter? And so I want to make sure I'm telling it right because I've said it a couple times and I want to be sure. Who was at the house? The boyfriend called mom at work and said, we
I
need to
mean, as
get.
far as I know, it was just the boyfriend and the mom at that point in time.
At that point, there was a babysitter and there was a best friend of the mother that practically lived there.
Mhm.
And then and then the boyfriend called mom at work.
Either
Correct.
called or text, yes.
Got it. Okay. Unbelievable.
And mom made the decision to not walk baby from the car,
Right.
hospital that she worked at, to, I think we narrowed the time down, Maria, to about 20 minutes from where we believe she was working back to the apartments. So here's Makenzie, 20 minutes to pick up mom, 20 minutes to come back to the apartment. And then I don't know what the length of time was before.
I was told 45 minutes.
What, from the house to the hospital to the house?
No, from the time they got home from the house to the time of the phone call I was told 45 minutes.
Oh, okay. So 20 minutes to get from the hospital to the house, and then 45 minutes before the call was even made. See, no, it was already 2 days too late.
Well, and the thing that's frustrating about that is, when you see the video, you can see that the child has bruising on her face.
Yeah, visible.
And, when I was in the hospital with Makenzie, I'd just gotten there and the forensic specialist came into the hospital and she was like, we're going to have to take pictures of Makenzie. We do this every single day. We just document the bruising. And she was talking to me, about the bruising that was on her face. And then they take off her onesie and I see the bruising on her body.
Mhm.
And, she tells me, she says, with children this age, they're not up, they're not moving around. When you see a 9-month-old baby come in with some bruising, we're not so concerned because they're getting up, they're moving around, they're bumping into things, they're falling down, they're trying to pull up. But with children that are not mobile yet, to be covered in bruising, it's indicative of child abuse.
Yeah, instant red flag, I would think.
So in my mind, I wonder to myself, okay, if this was one of my children and I look at my baby and my baby has bruises on her face, the very first thing I'm going to think to myself is what happened for her to obtain bruises. And
Exactly.
I'm going to take my child to the doctor to make sure that my child's okay, because she had not only bruising like on her eyelids, but she had a very large bruise on the side of her head.
Jesus. Oh my God.
I don't know how you just decide that that's not worthy of getting in the car and taking your child to go and see a doctor. I don't understand that.
And then when no, I don't understand that at all. And she still went home. But she knew this before she went to work because those bruises didn't pop up that day.
Well, that's definitely something we've said to each other many times, yes.
I mean, my brain is just kind of playing it out. There's no way you just got all that just at work, unless somebody at the house did it, which is what she's saying, which doesn't look like law enforcement is agreeing with that. Oh, she's got so many red flags. Wow.
There's many red flags, and that's what makes it so hard for us because, we sit back and, you have all of this. You know what you've been told, what you've been told by law enforcement, you have a DCF file that basically says this was not an accident. It explicitly states this is not an accident. This was not an accident. This was purposeful. So you have that, and then you have that there were old and new injuries to Makenzie. That she was malnourished. You know all of these things, and you still cannot, for the life of you, wrap your head around the fact that it was done to her. But let alone 6 months later, there's still nothing going into month 7. There hasn't even been an arrest yet. And, I live in a state which is polar opposite than what we seem to be experiencing in the state of Tennessee. My state, our district attorney, our state attorney, man, they put on their big boy pants and they arrest you. They don't take it to the grand jury. The state attorney, is like, I'm attorney enough to know that I can prosecute, whatever. So, maybe that's just Tennessee's way of doing it. But okay, fine. If that's your way of doing it, then explain to me why, when we know you can Google when the grand jury meets, they freaking meet the first Wednesday of every single month. So why does it, like Google is your friend? I actually had the deputy district attorney act shocked that I knew how to Google.
Wow.
And I knew when the grand jury met. She's like, well, no one's supposed to know that. I was like, my response literally was, Google's your friend. You can, so it's not a secret. So don't toy with me. Don't make me feel like, I'm subpar or less than. If I don't know the answer, I'm going to find it and I'm going to research it. And I don't care if it takes me a week to research it. But the state that I live in, this kind of stuff doesn't fly, and here's the thing. This is what makes me crazy. It is not law enforcement's job to prove innocence or guilt.
Mm-hmm.
It is their job to investigate the case, hand the file over, the DA, the state attorney. But it is their job to put on their big boy pants or big girl pants, determine what they're going to charge somebody with, issue arrest warrants, and then we let the jury of their peers decide their fate.
Exactly.
I mean, this just, I don't understand why we've, I've heard of snakes building roads before, but we got a snake that built a road and then the road went over here and there's a detour. And I mean, I don't know what more you need after almost 7 months now.
I don't know what they needed after her coming into that hospital. Somebody needs to pay now. This didn't just happen by accident. There's no way, no how. We need somebody. It shouldn't take 6 months to crack that down. I'm with you. They should have moved fast, worked hard. They should have been pissed about this.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I understand you only have one shot to do it, right? I understand the whole double jeopardy thing. If you start convicting someone and you lose, you can't go back and convict them for the same thing. But what message are you sending here? Because to me, the message that I'm receiving is Makenzie isn't important enough.
It's terrible.
Mackenzie's injuries aren't important enough. And how do you do that? I mean, and what could you need now in almost month 7 that you should have had in month 1 through 6?
I don't understand. Exactly.
If they called and they said, okay, look, we're privy to something really big, can't talk about it, then I would totally get it. But we end up getting silence, where it's chasing people around for days or weeks, and then they finally call back, and then you get this, song and dance about everything. And enough is enough. Do your job. Stop sitting on your hands. Do your job and make an example out of a child abuser and a child neglector. Make an example out of them.
Period. I mean, abuse, neglect, that's all there, even if there's not a bigger charge. But the neglect, because I think we discussed this, if you thought that the people at home with your baby could harm your baby and you left your baby there, then that's your bad.
Mm-hmm.
You made that choice.
Right.
Yep. And we do know that there were drugs still going in and out of that house. We know that they were selling drugs in that house. We have been told that the amount of people going in that house was just like a revolving door.
I don't understand. They got to be building a case. I always have to hope that when the evidence in my mind is just like stacked up to the damn ceiling, I have to
Mm-hmm.
hope that they really are building that case and they're going to come out with a slam dunk.
I really feel like in my gut that they probably are building a case now. I do feel like now that they know that we're here and we're not going away, I do feel like they're going to work a lot harder than maybe they wouldn't or they would have if we hadn't have come out to the public about Makenzie.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's what they're banking on for us to go away because it's exhausting fighting
Oh,
them
it is.
every single day.
I
It's
bet.
exhausting. And I can't imagine doing this on my own. If I didn't have these wonderful women around me, I probably would have gave up a while ago. And that's what they want you to do.
Yeah.
We
Yep.
keep each
And
other
they
sane.
messed with the wrong grandparents and the wrong aunts.
I'm so glad they did. I'm glad
And,
we
and, and
has.
that is a shame. And it is a shame if they're working harder now because we're speaking up. They shouldn't be a policeman. They shouldn't be a detective.
I think at the end of the day, like I said, we've been respectful, we've
Mm,
been patient. I don't want to say someone's a good detective or a bad detective. You know what I mean? But because we really don't know. But what we do know is
somebody.
that all these months later, there
Mhm.
should be light at the end of the tunnel and it not be the train coming to hit us.
Right.
That train of disappointment,
Yeah.
and that's all we want. We don't want to speak ill of people. We're not trying to make a mockery out of the judicial system by any means, but when you start to make a mockery out of our granddaughter or our niece or our family member or a child who has suffered greatly,
Right.
I don't understand, because you can go to Tennessee. Look, you don't need a law degree, to Google, you
Right.
know, and I found Haley's Law. Well, Haley's Law turned a Class B felony into a Class A felony, and I could have that backwards because I don't have it in front of me. Regardless, it makes it a bigger felony. It takes child neglect and child abuse. Okay, and it turns it into aggravated on a child under the age of 8.
Mm,
So,
right.
this is Haley's Law that was basically derived from the state of Tennessee because of a child abuse case.
Hmm.
So, really? We
Hmm.
already know that, it's not going to be you bad, because we're taking a major felony charge just on neglect. And then you have medical neglect. So you're telling me that you couldn't have arrested someone on
Right.
medical neglect, on child neglect, while you continue to investigate and then added charges? It happens every day.
Yeah. Doesn't it? Yep.
Happens every day.
Yep.
Because look, if I put my child around someone that I know they should not be around based on their character, history, whatever, drugs, no drug, I am accountable for what happens to my child, because it's my job
Right.
as my child's mother to
Exactly.
make sure that I make decisions that keep them safe. So even if you want to point fingers at the babysitter or this one or that one, if you knew these people should not be around your child, you
Yep.
shouldn't have left them there.
Well, I
Period.
mean, my husband and I spoke with her on multiple occasions and begged her, put the children in a real daycare. stop leaving them with this person. There had been so many issues, down to her drug use while she was watching the kids, down to even her stealing her food stamp card at one point in time. Um, and we just kept telling her, you need to get real daycare. And, of course, she had every excuse under the sun.
Yeah. I mean, but no, you got 2 jobs and you chilling and kicking it, and you could have afforded something better than that. I'm
Hell, we
sorry.
would have helped her. All she had to do is reach out and say, I need help with daycare.
See,
I don't want to leave my child with a known heroin addict. Done.
simple.
Well, I mean, the state of Tennessee has programs for daycare where
Mhm.
daycare costs you $20 a week with these programs.
But
Wow.
that would mean that she had to take her children to the doctor for growth and development checkups. And that would mean that she'd have to get him immunized, none of which happened because neither child had seen a doctor since they were released from the very doctor from a hospital after birth.
Interesting. Another bad sign.
So medical neglect goes a lot farther back.
Yeah, when they go to those visits, if there's that bruising that they found underneath, a doctor would have found that if she was going to her doctor visits. So that would make sense not to take her to the doctor if you
Well, and
don't.
we were actually sent pictures of my nephew as well, who had also sustained what appeared to be a handprint across his face, a bruise, in the shape of a handprint. And I mean, he was just, I don't know, maybe 15 months old at that time.
What? Is it her
Yeah,
brother?
there is it. Yes, there's another child.
Oh, Lord. She still has him?
No.
Nope.
Wow. Oh, no, she didn't have any of them. That's right. Wow. How can they even question this? Oh, my God. No, they
Well,
must.
I wish that we were more privy to every aspect of the investigation, but I just hope and I pray every single night that there is all sorts of information that we don't know, and that in the end they're going to shock us, and they're really going to be able to find out who did this to my niece, and prosecute her or him to the fullest extent of the law. I mean, that's what I hope and pray for every night. But unfortunately, every day that goes by, it's harder and harder and harder to hold on to that hope. And
Yeah.
I mean, one of the great things about having Melissa and Maria is once one of us start to sort of veer out, we pull the
Yes,
other one back in and say, no, 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 remember this. We have to keep remembering this. And,
right.
we're very fortunate to have each other in such a great support system.
We are.
And Makenzie is lucky to have all of y'all together. You need that, though, because I bet some days you just want to pull your hair out. It's like,
There's days when one of us generally says, I got to check out.
Yeah.
a checkout day.
It's
We
like,
do. And then we're like, okay, I'll do this and this for you. Okay, you just go. Don't worry about it today. I've got it. You just go and take a break.
Yeah. That makes sense. So you guys got to do that because the battle is hard because you're up against, the powers that be on top of just dealing with the fact that this person is roaming around. Ugh, I don't
And
understand
I
that.
feel for the mothers, fathers out there that are fighting these battles by themselves. Because I don't know how they would do that. I mean, I don't know how I would do it by myself.
Well, I know Kara Wachowski's doing it by herself. I mean, she's got some people, but she doesn't have a clan like this that I know of. She didn't bring them when she came anyway, and I just think, I mean, I wish she did. I hope she does because you guys are you just there's no words. There's really no words. What you're doing for her and her own mother isn't doing it. Her father can't do it. So nobody would be doing this at all.
Correct.
That's
yeah.
huge.
You know,
That's
it's sad that the two people who are supposed to love a child the most, take the most responsibility for them, love them, nurture them, keep them safe, choose other things that are more important.
Yeah. Yeah. That
Which
is
is
so
pretty
sad.
much apparently everything.
But why have 4 kids? She didn't figure that out like by the first one, let alone the second, third, fourth. You just keep having them, knowing you really can't even handle them and may not
I
even want
mean,
them.
we've asked ourselves that same question many times, actually. I wish that we had an answer.
Wow.
I don't really know, to be quite honest. I personally do not understand it. I mean, I have 4 children, but my children, they live with me. I take care of my kids day in, day out, so it's hard to put ourselves in her shoes because we are not the same people.
Yeah, that's true. No matter how hard you try to get your brain to wrap around it, it's like, I mean, and I try to think of everything. That's why I was like, who else was? I mean, would the babysitter? Could the babysitter have done it? But even the mom just acts too guilty.
I mean, at the end of the day, we weren't there. We really don't know. I will tell
Yeah.
you that, my sister-in-law and I, like, we spoke.
Hmm.
Um, there were times that we had long conversations. I did think that we were friends, but unfortunately, she hid every single aspect of her life that she knew I wasn't going to agree with. We didn't know about her husband's drug usage. We didn't know about the fact that they had been selling drugs. We didn't know about the abuse. There was lots of things that we just didn't know because she kept us in the dark about it. And so, I wish that I could say that I knew her better and that I
Right.
could answer some of these questions, but apparently I really didn't know her at all.
Oh, you know what? Don't even worry about it because a lot of times when I ask questions, I'm talking like out loud to myself, trying to figure it out. So don't even if you don't have to
Well,
answer them.
we do the same thing all the time. I mean, we keep asking ourselves these questions like, why? Why keep having more kids? I mean,
Yeah.
I honestly would not be surprised if she doesn't end up having another one soon.
Oh God, no. Oh no.
I genuinely would not be surprised.
Oh no, 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 no,
She
no,
uses
no.
them as, I believe she uses them as pawns.
I have to agree.
And then, but they just get taken away, or in this case,
And
hurt.
and ways to trap the guys.
Oh, and then if that doesn't work out, she just moves on from everybody.
Oh,
Or just puts another dad on the birth certificate.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Yep.
I don't understand. And I just wasn't in my 30s. I was different, I guess. Right? Grown. I was grown. Doesn't make sense. Even do it. She doesn't seem to be in support. She should even be here now. Why not? You know what I mean? If things were kosher, of course. I'm just saying, where is she? She's not even speaking out, and she's trying to get you guys to take down the only platform that is trying to get justice for her. It's weird. It's very,
That's
very
what we hear.
weird. Don't throw your phone, Melissa. That doesn't work. I tried it. It doesn't work.
I did it twice. Check out my ceiling.
Right. Gorgeous ceiling. Oh my God. Gorgeous.
Oh God.
A lot of people like the shirt too. I was looking in the comments. I showed the t-shirt while we were talking. It really is nice. And every dime is going to the GoFundMe that the family has. So anybody interested in those t-shirts, just click the link. I know that one of those lovely mods have dropped it in the chat for you.
No, I didn't fall, Deborah, I promise.
She's like, tell the truth, she fell.
Yeah.
Deborah is very observant. No, I remember something about a handprint. Do I on the baby? That's what I wanted
was
to.
that was her brother.
That was on
No,
Carson.
on the little on the brother. Okay, okay,
Mhm.
okay. I'm
Yeah,
just
that was
trying to
actually sent to us after Makenzie had gotten out of the hospital, I believe. It was
after.
sent to
Oh God.
yeah by one of her friends who had sent it to us, and I mean I mean it looks like a clear handprint, and so did they, just like right across his face. And she was trying to tell the friend that she thought it was maybe because he slept with his face up against the bars of the crib.
So he got a handprint on his face. Because that made sense. Is she crazy? Bars and handprints look totally different.
Yep.
A slight mark and lines on your face from that's a totally different imprint.
But call me crazy. I mean, I had 3 kids that slept in cribs, and I don't ever
Never,
remember them waking up with bruises to bars on the side of their face. I mean,
never,
Right.
never, never. Me either. I only have one, but nope, never. I don't think that happens.
No, I don't think that happens either. Maybe like a red mark, if
Those
they
little
have that like
lines.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those
but
little.
I couldn't imagine full on bruising,
No,
from here to here across his face.
I don't see how that works out. Mm-mm. How the hell does that work out? If I mean, because we know the baby can't do it, so well, no. So somebody slapped the hell out of him, in my opinion. I mean, right? And he was how old? 15 months?
He was probably about 15 months. Wouldn't that be right, Melissa? I think about 15 months.
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
So
but
yeah,
see, and then
yeah,
that's
I mean,
just,
it said
yeah,
that
that's just
there are other baby
indicative.
children involved.
Say that again.
I said it is very sad that there are other children involved.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
they should have
We
had
have,
CPS. Or
Oh, well, CPS was called multiple times. She
wow,
had multiple investigations. She told me that herself in
wow,
different states, several in different states.
wow. All those babies went through hell, and then did Mackenzie just get it the worst? She's escalated. I'm telling
I
you, it's
mean,
not
as far
good.
as we know, that
Mhm.
Yeah,
it had to have majorly escalated with Mackenzie. Because I mean, we saw Carson on a pretty regular basis, and so did Melissa and Maria, throughout his life.
yeah.
And I mean, we didn't see anything like that on him when he would visit any of us.
No,
Wow.
we just saw a lot of neglect,
yeah.
non-bonding.
Yeah.
He
I mean, the
wanted.
primary caregiver was definitely the father. When they would come to our house, she would want to just sit there and chit chat, and she would just yell at him to, take after the kids, whether it be chasing them around the house or getting them something to drink or change a diaper.
Oh my God! Sorry.
Melissa fell again.
I didn't even mean to laugh. It just came out. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Oh my God. That time it really did look like a fall to me. I'm like, what the hell? So sorry, Jessica. I'm so sorry.
I swear, I'm drinking iced coffee. I swear. Like, I am not drunk over here.
No. I understand. Are you using like something to hold your phone up? Is it sliding? Keep sliding down?
Well, yeah, because like, I have it on the charger.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
And I'm trying to hold
So it
it.
won't sit all the way. Yep. Gotcha.
And then I get, like the ADD in me kicks in, and I forget that I'm supposed to be holding it, and I'm like, oh, squirrel.
Oh, you caught me off guard with that one, Jessica. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
It came out of nowhere. Please continue.
so she does have 4 in total. She has 2 older girls that she does not have custody of, and Jessica, how long has she not had custody of them?
let's see, that would have been since approximately February of 2018. Yeah, February 2018.
So we already have 2 girls that were given custody to their dad. And then the 2 that were at home, Makenzie and Carson. Carson is with his biological father, and is doing great.
Good.
But
Good.
I'm sure, I mean, he doesn't understand what's going on. That was his mom.
Yeah. But damn,
And
she's not.
and my heart goes out to Carson and the biological father, because they have a lot. He has a lot to deal with.
Yeah, he does.
But like he became basically a dad overnight. And
Yeah.
I just want to throw this out here. He has done an amazing job.
Yep.
He really has. I mean, from the moment he was told, hey, you can get custody of your son, I mean, literally the moment he was doing everything he needed to do to get Carson. And since then, I mean, he has done everything. I mean, he came over to our house to meet him actually for the first time. And he was like, would you mind changing or showing me how to change this diaper? And bless his heart, that's how much knowledge he had to work with. And just overnight he learned to do everything that he needed to do and has done an amazing job.
Yep.
So he's in a great place.
And that's awesome because it's not easy being a single parent, especially overnight.
Yep.
I'm sure.
Absolutely. I totally agree. But he's done amazing. Like I tell him all the time, like, I'm so incredibly proud of you. You are doing just an amazing job. Keep doing what you're doing.
And does he have like full or permanent custody, or is there a chance that that might not stay?
I'm not really 100% sure like where that's at. Right now he has full custody. Now, depending upon where this whole investigation goes, I mean, of course, I guess there's a possibility she could get visitation. Right now she has supervised visitation, but she may be able to get unsupervised visitation at some point in time. I guess that'll be up to the courts in the long run.
Oh God, that's the worst thing well, that's not the worst, but that's not what anybody wants to happen. Oh my God, no. But see, that's so crazy. That's why I was trying to see if AP was in here. She is the one I told you about, Melissa, I do believe today. Used to be the trauma nurse.
Oh,
and
okay.
a lot of experience, but I would love to just have her here to just ask some questions.
That would be awesome.
Earlier.
So Francis Dean, if you guys block me, I understand all. I'm not sure where that's coming from. I don't know why we would block you.
She's laughing at you falling down.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And I saw that from Deborah. And if you look, I've literally moved to my living room where I can hold my phone. Jeez, I don't know. Like my husband tells me I'm blonde at the roots. I don't know.
We're prepared for it now, so it's okay if it falls now. That one I was like, whoosh.
Oh gosh, only
okay.
I swear.
I know exactly what I'm telling you, especially when you put that charger in, because now it's all weird and you can't stand. I have a little stand and I try to stand it up in there while it's charging, and it just every about 12 minutes it just leans on over.
Why? Like, who do I gotta call at Apple? Like, why would you put the charging port in the bottom of the phone?
Yeah,
put it inside.
That makes so much more sense. That just is a thing, because they put the phone jack thing or the headphone thing over there. Well, I guess they don't anymore.
No, they don't even have that anymore.
Oh Lord.
Deborah, I got some blonde highlights in here though, so it's okay. Deborah's like, "Hey, I'm blonde." I'm like, "Well, look, I'm not making fun of you. I got some blonde in there."
Oh, no. Deborah's good. She just really look. She's always cracking me up. There's a few jokesters in here, but everybody's got a big heart, and I mean this. I want to show them the clip that you are in, Jessica. Okay, if that's all right, because it's all there. It's in a nutshell, and I think it helps tell her story. So let me pull that up. Do I have my screen on? I do. So let me go here. You guys feel free to chat. I got to pull it up here.
Well, while you're pulling it up, my bladder's screaming, so I'm going to set you down, okay? Hold on.
Okay.
I'm not dropping you. I'm just setting you down.
All right, be careful. Don't fall again. Don't fall
I don't know.
again.
She's gone to the bathroom a couple of times. You sure that's only coffee in there?
No, did you see how big that thing was?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot. So yeah, she probably does have to go. I was like, that is a big container. She's up for the I love it. She came ready.
Go ahead, Francis Dean. Use those cursing words.
Yeah, she's upset. That's all about the situation. Few people upset. I mean, it's not right.
Yep.
When you say something, cursing words. What is it, Francis? You just want justice for this baby. I mean, that's not too much to ask.
No, it is not.
With all that evidence. I mean, the evidence was there on day one. Her body was the evidence. All they had to do was just go with a vengeance to figure this thing on out.
I feel better.
What kind of evidence are they saying they need now to really, really?
They haven't.
Let me actually.
You know what I'm saying? But there's a few things that they can use, and if they use the tools they have, I'm sure they can uncover much more. Going into emails and cell phones and things, they have tools.
Well, you would think. And, we know at one point there were subpoenas issued. We were actually, Jessica and I had been subpoenaed to pretty much every court date. So we do know that there were some search warrants because Ian McCabe was actually the attorney for DCS at the time, and he came back and let us know that the judge didn't want to adjudicate the family court hearing that day because they were waiting on those. So we'll see.
Everything is we'll see. They just drive me crazy. I was supposed
What's going on, vodka? Oh no, I'm not drinking vodka. Is that meant for me? No, I just have the bladder the size of a pea. My husband hates refill with me. I do. It's bad. But I promise I'm not drinking vodka. I wish I was drinking vodka.
I said, did you see the size of the container? I said, of course she's got to go.
No, I
And
do, like, I
Angela,
don't know what
thank
it
you.
is. What?
Angela, thank you very much. I don't know if you saw that, Melissa. That Angela had posted that it was great to see mom and stepmom working together.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
We're working together for our granddaughter.
That's right. That's what matters. That baby.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
And, that's how we always went into this. So that's one thing that I can say. A lot of people sometimes aren't always on the same page, but Jessica, myself, and Maria, we have always been on the same page as far as we're doing this for Makenzie. We're, it is about Makenzie. It's not about any other adult. We're not going to protect any other adult. What we're doing is for Makenzie. And we always have to keep that because it's hard. It's hard for Maria and my husband. This is their son.
Right.
So for me, sometimes I walk a real fine line because I always have to remember, even though I love Dylan, he's not biologically my child. And I know to some people that sounds horrible, but it's Maria's biological son. It's my
Right.
husband's biological son. So no
Right.
matter what my feelings are, and sometimes I have disgust. I sometimes have to mask that and be respectful of the fact that it is their son.
Yeah.
And
It's frustrating.
it's hard, but so if I always maintain that goal of this is for Makenzie,
Right.
then all of the other things that I feel, they just they don't go away, but I don't express them as much because the end result is just Makenzie. The focus is her.
Exactly. It's gotta be. But that is, I mean, it's gotta be, but not everybody would handle it that way. So
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely new territory for all of us.
yeah.
And I just, I thank God for Jessica and Maria right now because, there's just days where I have to check out because I'll have, an uneventful phone call with the DA or, one of us will talk to the detective and it's just, the same blah, 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 that you hear. And, you get so emotionally invested. And I do. Like, I've called Jessica a couple times going, girl, I'm going to blow.
Right.
And Jessica will be like, no, you're not. You're going to take the night off. And I'm like, okay. So
You need it. You're welcome, Amanda. She's writing. I think she said she was putting the kids to bed or they were playing, one of the two, but she's writing there. My pleasure. We gotta do it. She deserves it.
mhm.
Oh, I was gonna play. I see. I keep getting distracted and getting in the conversation. I was gonna let y'all talk while I pulled up the video, but I keep talking with y'all. Okay, let me go do this.
That's so funny.
Oh, and it's ready to go. Okay, so let me just. Okay.
Maria, wake up.
We need the community to take interest in this baby to make sure that she doesn't fall through the cracks.
Tonight, a family is speaking out after their 8-month-old niece almost died. They say she was beaten within inches of her life in late January, but no one has been held accountable. And 10 News reporter Grace King shares their ongoing fight for justice. And a warning, before we share this story, some of the pictures may not be appropriate for younger viewers.
You know how sometimes you just meet somebody and you know that you're just going to love them? And that's exactly how I felt about Makenzie.
Jessica Atkinson was enamored with baby Makenzie from the moment they first met.
She was just really beautiful and sweet.
Then she got a call that turned her world upside down. First responders had taken Makenzie to East Tennessee Children's Hospital because of suspected child abuse. Makenzie was nearly beaten to death.
And to sit there and hold her and not know if this baby was going to live or die, I mean, it was the worst thing that's ever happened.
It's a memory that keeps playing in her head.
I just fell to pieces. Her little brain was so swollen. Her head was so big.
6 months later, they're still discovering how extensive Makenzie's injuries are.
Will she walk? We don't know. Is her speech going to be impacted? We don't know. Is she going to have learning disabilities? We don't know. So many unknowns for this poor child.
Madisonville police say it's an open case and one they're actively investigating. But so far, no one has been charged.
There's a system designed that protect children. While those systems are in place, that does not mean that they're perfect.
That's why Makenzie's aunt and uncle are fighting for their niece.
We're here for her. And we're going to do whatever we can to make her life the best it can be. And that we'll spend the rest of her life trying to make up for what happened to her.
I'm Grace King reporting.
Sorry, ladies. I just have to mute it when it plays or it'll echo for everybody. That, yeah. Now that, the thing about that is I only see that when I look for media coverage. And it's great, but where's the rest of the channels and stations? You know what I mean? Again, I'm speaking and asking myself out loud, what the hell? Too many cases like that. They're under the radar. Thank you for just thank you for being there from the beginning, Jessica, and all of you guys now. It's heartbreaking.
It really is just so terrible. I always say I'm not going to cry, but then,
I know.
when you have to start reliving it from the very beginning, things now, I mean, I know Makenzie has difficulties and we still don't know how her story's going to end for her.
Right.
But today you see the happy baby. Today you see that she smiles and she giggles and she's sweet. But watching that video reminds me of the baby that I went to in the hospital.
Right.
And that wasn't the same baby.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. When she was in that first
Love
video
you,
that we
Jess.
watched, she was.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry.
No,
I can't even
I'm crying
imagine.
just because you're crying.
I'm over here like ugly crying.
I see
I
all
can't
of
tell
you
you how
guys.
many times we've gotten on the phone and cried because of all of this. And it's just really overwhelming to think about what this baby has experienced. And this is just what we know about. What's happened that we don't know about.
Exactly. Where are those old bruises from? And she was only 3 months old. So how the hell do you have old bruises?
You know how many times I've said that? Like, how was their prior abuse? I mean, this child was only 3 months old.
Just got here. She just got here. It doesn't make sense. Somebody's been doing that like from the beginning and getting away with it. Well, yeah, because she's not in school yet. You're not taking her to the doctor. So even if it was the babysitter or freaking Puff the Magic Dragon, I mean, you didn't do what you were supposed to do, which would have put it in the limelight. Even if you didn't see it, somebody else would have seen it if you were at least doing what you were supposed to do, again, as a parent. I'm pretty hard. I don't appreciate parents that neglect their children. So whether you ultimately abused or not, I agree there. The guilt is already there for other reasons. And you're out chilling, not even sending any money to help the people who do care. Has she cried?
I've never seen her cry.
No emotion.
In fact, actually, we were even told in the meeting, so for instance, actually, my husband, when they took the children away at the hospital, so we originally took custody, and my husband went down to go and pick the kids up, and she was aggravated because she had to walk across a parking lot to go get my nephew's car seat so that my husband could take him home.
Wow.
And then, we were told in the meeting when a couple of days later, when they basically said, hey, like, you're not getting your kids back. There's going to be an investigation done, about all this. Still, I mean, no emotion whatsoever. We've spoken to a friend of hers, who was her friend for 25 years or so, who
Mhm.
says that, there was never emotion about anything.
Oh my God.
No, when she's come here, I mean, any normal mother who would be leaving their child again, I would
Yeah.
be hysterical.
Yep.
No emotion whatsoever.
Every time I came there, Maria, you would just be like, "It's okay, Q. It's gonna be okay." Every time you'd have to console me because I don't want to come and see my baby and have to leave her again.
Yep.
That alone would hurt, let alone looking at the condition she was in. The fact that I couldn't be with her, that would crush me
But
inside.
instead, she was drinking, partying, and having a good time.
Ooh, it sounds so familiar. It sounds so familiar.
Posting pictures of it online.
Yeah.
So we all saw, that she was out. Here I was in the ICU with her daughter,
Wow.
crying, and she's out drinking and partying and having a good time.
I mean,
Casey Anthony.
There it is. There it is. I actually told Molly Golightly about this story earlier, and that's exactly what she said. Remember Casey Anthony? It's exactly what she said.
Yep.
Oh my God. So all the red flags are there, like real red flags. And there's no other suspect. I mean, if it wasn't the boyfriend or there's nobody else. Did she ever come up with another party? Does she know that the boyfriend is pretty much cleared, or do we not know what she knows?
I don't know. I actually cut off contact with her, and our family actually, not long after this happened at all. So, we don't really know, except for, things that other people tell us,
Yeah.
of what saying, doing, thinking,
Yeah.
we just don't know.
Oh my God.
We do know she was told she was the prime suspect because she told other people that.
She did tell other people. Okay, so good.
And then she left the state.
They usually don't let you do that, right? Aren't you? If you're like a suspect, you don't.
No, here's the thing. In all fairness, I do believe that you're advised not to do it because it doesn't really make you look very good. But I think legally she was allowed to, but I don't really know. Obviously, like, I have not ever been involved in anything like this.
Right.
But I've never been told I couldn't leave a state, so I'm not really sure, but I think somebody told us once that technically she was allowed to leave, but it just didn't look good that she did that.
Was that in Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. So that's good. The red flags are all pointing in the right direction because she don't look good. If I just picked this story up and like you guys had written it in a magazine or a blog, I would come to this conclusion. Mom doesn't look good, and I don't have anybody else to look at. That's the big thing. Like there's nothing else to the story, so we don't have anybody else to assume unless we think Makenzie did it to herself.
No. Well,
and
I know that
that's extreme.
We had family members who thought maybe Carson did it to
Come
Makenzie.
on, seriously?
Despite the fact that the doctors said that was absolutely impossible.
Impossible.
They still try to do that. So, but like literally everything that was said when I was in the hospital and they, the doctors were relaying information to me. I would say, okay, they said it could have been a man or a woman, that there's no way that they're going to know if it was a man or a woman that did this. Cause I thought, I don't know, maybe men are stronger. Maybe it's a possibility. They could have said it's most likely a man.
Gotcha.
And our family would just be like, oh, they said it was a man that did it. A man could have only done it. So,
wow. No.
I think they were trying to like grasp at straws that would lead anybody to believe that maybe it wasn't their daughter who did it, And in all fairness, I am 100% sure that there are things about this investigation that we don't know.
Right.
And,
Right.
you know, again, the truth is that, you know, yes, regardless, I think she's proven herself to not be worthy of the title of being a mother.
Right.
I
For sure.
don't know for sure that she's the one who did this to Makenzie,
Right.
but
We don't.
whoever did it to Makenzie
Mm-hmm.
needs to be prosecuted.
You do.
And
Period.
you,
One
that's what
or
we,
all.
Now, my question
Yep.
is that, you know, all this information that Melissa, I, and Jessica are talking about, I've never been questioned by the detective. I lived with her for 6 months. I've never been questioned about her character, and I don't understand
Interesting.
that.
Yeah.
well,
Me either.
in all fairness, I think that they had, you know, several people who did speak out. So I don't think that they're really lacking in anybody who
Oh, okay.
speak to her character, you know, and
They
and
gotta know.
it's crossed my mind too that once the trial starts, I've kind of wondered if maybe they would reach out to more of the family members,
They
you
might.
know.
Yeah. They might.
I don't know how any of this works. I mean, I'm
I
not
mean,
sure.
the defense.
Me
Yeah. I mean,
neither.
the prosecution might reach out to the family. Yeah, because it built it's character witnesses, and
Mhm.
you guys, and plus those people that are writing in, you know, those people know, and it's started a long time ago. So that's really like not a good look, because you didn't
Yeah.
just become this way overnight. You've always been like a
Well,
monsters.
and you know, I know that she definitely tried to keep everybody separated. You know what I mean? Like
Mm,
Yes, she
did
did.
she did not want any of us crossing paths. And you know, just like a prime example of that is I have two nieces
yeah.
that live in a different state. And I wanted to friend their stepmother on Facebook because I wanted to see pictures of my nieces, and she did not want me to do that. She got really angry about the fact that I wanted to do that
Wow.
and basically told me no. And, you know, come to find out later, it's because when you get everybody together, you start putting the pieces of the puzzle together and you start
Right.
realizing all these different lies that she
Mm-hmm.
tells everybody, you know? And so, although it was nothing nearly as violent as what happened to Makenzie, you know, we have been told that there was some unsettling events with the two older children as well. And I'm sure that's why she didn't want any of us having contact with them, you know? So,
Right. Yeah, because they might tell too much or something.
absolutely. Yeah.
Not a good look. I just don't understand. There's got to be a case being built unless they have their eye on somebody else. Like you said, you never have all the information. Unless they have their eye on somebody else, it's got to be. They got to be looking at her, at least looking. And it's funny because the majority of the people that have been in this room, everybody I've looked at has pretty much had the same opinion, and they don't even know what you guys know. You know, and you can only share so much. Imagine, like they don't. This is just, it doesn't look good. You
Yeah.
just, and the flags are all over the place. Not to mention, for me, just the fact that she was in the condition she was in, and she was in the care of her mother. It seems like that would make her anybody's number one suspect.
Yeah.
Because how else does this happen? And nobody, and we are great with coming up with theories on the internet. Nobody in this room has even tried to say, but what if this happened? There's no other way it could have happened other than somebody abusing that baby. To get 3 skull fractures and then the head swells and the bump on the side, it's like you
And
just say the last part again.
And her broken leg.
And the broken leg. Didn't I see a little cast on her arm?
No,
Something, a
she
brace?
never had. No, she never had a cast on her. Well, I think
No, I
no.
believe what you're
That was
seeing
from the
is when
IV.
they had the IV.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So she kept like trying to claw at it. So
Yeah.
they ended up putting like a diaper around it actually.
Oh, okay.
And kind of you know, dressed it up to keep her from pulling at it.
Okay.
She did
Yeah.
not like that IV.
I don't blame her. Oh my God. Poor baby. So I've had an MRI before. You go in there and you have to lay down on the thing and then they push you into the. So with the baby, because she's not just going to lay down, they have to actually put like a strap around her, Maria? Or how does.
Yes. So the first couple of MRIs that they did do, she was sedated.
Okay.
The doctors don't want to keep sedating her, so what
Got
they
it.
call it is a fast MRI, where she is just strapped all the way down, and I mean from her head to her toes. I don't even know how they get the MRI because she's just crying the whole entire time.
Oh my God. That's got to be just gut wrenching just to have to stand there too, because you can't do anything. You got to have
You
her to
can't do
do it.
anything, and you know she has to have it.
Right.
But
You have to. How often does
and
she have to go through?
um, at first it was almost every month. Now we're on to every other month.
Oh, thank God. A little better. I mean, as she gets
Hmm.
older, she'll understand more. But right now, you're just strapped down. I mean, that's
Yep.
gotta make you uncomfortable and probably a little pissed off. Like, let me up, you know? That
Hmm.
sucks. She doesn't
And then
understand
trying to console her after it is just impossible.
because she might think it's that abuse all over again, too.
Well,
Yep.
when she was in the hospital, you couldn't, where she couldn't see, you
Mm-hmm.
had to talk to her and then just sort of put your hand on her chest and then slide your hands underneath her to pick her up, because if you didn't, it would startle her. And then when she would jerk, it would put her in so much pain because of her head that she would just start screaming
Oh
and crying,
God. Oh my God.
And I remember the nurse actually telling me that, hey, we think she's doing this because she doesn't know if you're going to hurt her.
That's what I was just gonna ask you. Was it the way that you kind of come at, like when you pick her up, you're coming at her instead of the under position, a little more comfortable. She doesn't feel like she's gonna get attacked.
Yeah,
That,
I think that
that's
it just startles her. You know what I mean? And she just didn't know how to take it. And unfortunately, too, I mean, she's been subjected to so many awful procedures.
oh my God. Yeah, it's all just like, no, not again. Don't. That's she's traumatized.
The eyes are the ones that broke my heart when she had to have that procedure to drain the blood from behind her eyes.
Ugh. Did it put her to sleep or how'd that work?
They did, didn't they, Maria?
They did put her to sleep, but the pictures that you see with the bandages over her eyes, she
Yeah,
doesn't know what's going on, and she wakes up and she can't see.
right.
Ooh.
Oh man, yeah.
Well, at
Yeah.
that point in time, I couldn't see before, anyways, because there was so much blood that had pooled behind her eyes. It impaired her optic nerve, so she couldn't
So
see. Anyway.
when did the blood pool? Because, okay, so she goes to the hospital. Does it get worse once she gets there, or is it already kind of happening in her head while that's because they took too damn long to get her to the hospital.
Well,
As
it
far
was
as we
already
know,
there.
go
It
ahead,
was
Melissa.
already, it was already
Yeah,
there.
the
Yeah.
the blood was there. What they were hoping for, normally your body will naturally absorb, that excess blood. And
Mm,
that's what they were hoping for. However, there was so much of it that Mackenzie's body could not do that. And that's why they had to go in and surgically remove
Well, and
it.
she was still having those active bleeds too, so the bleeding
Yes.
never stopped. So that was another problem on why her body couldn't absorb the blood, is because it was just continuously pooling up, and more or less it was bleeding faster than she could absorb it.
Jeez Louise. And did they have to go like through her actual eye
Yes.
into her? Oh my God.
From what I understand, they inject a needle in her eye and then they
Jesus.
drain the blood from behind the cavity.
She's just too little to have to go through that. My God.
And that's when they determined that there was so much damage behind the one eye that they don't suspect much sight out of that eye, if any.
Wow.
The other eye did look healthier to them. She did have the peripheral vision. Based on some of the things that she's doing, we're thinking that she can possibly see out of the one eye. To what magnitude, we don't know. We don't know if it's shadows or full vision. From what the doctors, I think, have told Maria, until she's old enough to start to read a chart and say, that's a
Correct.
cow, or, whatever, we won't really know.
Jeez
Correct.
Louise.
And, that's going to be the same thing with any, cognitive delays or, anything that she might face.
That's my major concern,
We
is the
won't know.
cognitive delays. I just really, really worry because think about it, you have a tiny new baby brain and it sustains horrible injury to the point that here we are months later and, there's still issues.
Right.
I really am concerned. How is it going to impact her in the long run? I mean, we're already seeing delays. There's a neuromuscular problem. But what are we going to figure out when she's 5 and she goes to start school?
Yeah.
Those are my issues. And I know that that's what they had told me in the hospital actually was, that we won't know the extent of her injuries until she's in kindergarten, first grade, second grade. And we've seen her in a school setting and we see how she behaves.
Yeah. Yeah.
But here's the thing, what we do know now is, Mackenzie's 9 months old, and things that she should have already been doing, scooting, rolling, crawling.
Nice.
Those things are already delayed. And Maria and the other caregivers are so good with doing, exercises and different things with her. There was a point recently where Makenzie didn't even recognize she had legs.
Oh, wow. Oh no.
She did not recognize that she had legs. So if you start to couple, all these different things that you're seeing with your own eyes, with obvious developmental delays, and then now you have an MRI that says there's atrophy, and then you have a baby who doesn't recognize sometimes that she has legs. And when you think she's on the brink of graduating physical therapy, there's one more setback, one more milestone that she didn't meet, so the physical therapy has to continue. We want to believe so much that we're all going to wake up from this nightmare or be able to jump out of this Lifetime movie, and Mackenzie's going to be 100% whole, physically, emotionally, all of that. But the fact is, we know emotionally she's not going to be, and the reality is she may not be physically. But here's the thing, even if she's not, we're not going to let that hold her down or hold her back.
Right. Of course.
There are amazing people in this world who went out to do amazing things, who've had many different disabilities. You have people who were born with disabilities and have gone out and become amazing people and done amazing things in the world. You've had people who've gotten their arms bit off by a shark and they still go and they surf and they win competitions. Like, we don't ever want whatever happened to Makenzie to limit her. And we're always going to, push on her and instill in her that, these are just setbacks. That's all they are. You can still do anything you put your mind to.
Yep. And she already has. I mean, to really, really think about it, our brain is Jello in the first place. And the only thing that protects it is our skull. And as an adult, 3 skull fractures would mess you up. And we got full grown skulls. So a 3-month-old skull fractured 3 times. Her brain went through hell. It really
her
did.
age actually benefited her at that time because the sutures in her brain between your skull plates had not actually formed yet. So it actually allowed her brain to expand.
Oh, God.
So she was actually really fortunate from that aspect. But unfortunately, we do believe that that may be what's causing the issues with the shape of her head now. Is that right?
Mm,
Yeah.
got it.
The
That makes
sad part is because mom did never bring her to a pediatrician.
right.
There's no comparison. We can't look. We don't know. Does she just have a big head? You know, does she have a big head when she was born? When she was 1 month old, 2 month old, 3 month old? We can't compare it to any other doctor visits. So we just don't
Nothing.
know.
Right. But she wasn't born like that, right? We know that.
No,
I
if you
actually
look at
saw her.
pictures.
Yeah. She
Yeah.
brought her to my house. I was the first person to see her actually. She brought her to my house straight from the hospital, and no, she most certainly did not look like that. She was perfect. She was
Wow.
just perfect. And now, thanks to somebody,
It must,
they
yeah,
ruined that.
that's terrible.
And I actually found a few TikTok videos of Makenzie when she was very, very young.
Oh yeah.
And, you didn't see the protruding forehead like you do now with Makenzie. Or,
Mhm.
I think Mackenzie was in some of the reports that I read medically, her head circumference is in the 98th percentile.
Yes, that is
So
correct.
98% of the other children have smaller heads than Mackenzie. There's only 2%. And I believe the 2% are Down syndrome because her head is shaped differently.
Yeah.
So, that tells you right there that, so even though she had never been to a physician to monitor the head circumference, what
Hmm.
we can gauge it off of is when she was born. So, when their head is a certain circumference, and hers didn't appear to be bigger than a normal baby's at her birth weight. So,
I mean, I have
Interesting.
pictures of her from, when her mother brought her over to the house. And of course, I thought she was like the cutest thing ever.
Hmm. Yes.
So I took 1,000 pictures of her with each one of my children holding her and me holding her. And she was covering my fridge for months. And I mean, I definitely don't think that, her head circumference was,
Like that.
no, definitely not. And I mean, when I saw her in the hospital, that was actually the very first thing that, really took me back was just how large her head was and all of the bruising on her face. And then when the doctor took off her onesie and started taking photographs of her body, I mean, I was even shocked at just how many bruises there were on her body. I mean, it was
Unbelievable.
and
overwhelming.
again, that wouldn't be normal for a 3-month-old because, so if you go through the stages of, infant to toddler,
Mm.
there's certain things that you're going to expect. A baby who's sitting up, you're going to expect them to wobble and fall over. A baby who's crawling, you would expect, bumps, scrapes, and bruises. A baby who's learning how to walk, you would expect all those things. But
Right.
on a 3-month-old who's basically a potato,
Mm-mm.
how is she going to get all those bruises?
There had to be an answer. That's what I'm saying. Like, how does this case go cold? No, you got to figure this one out. I don't
Yeah, I mean,
understand.
it never made sense to me, and it'll never make sense to me.
Mm-mm. From the beginning, but they knew enough to know she shouldn't be at the house, right?
I'm
With her
sorry?
mom. She didn't go back to her mom though. They knew that. Nobody debated that, right?
No.
That seems like an open and shut case. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
It does to us.
My God. The justice system. Gotta love it.
Yep.
Look,
And
and
again,
So
we know
so
that
at
there
this
were
time, go ahead, Melissa.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you talking, Maria. I didn't mean to interrupt
No, that's
you.
fine. You're fine. You're fine.
We do know that there were some people that were interviewed. Were not necessarily suspects, but were, around the baby, that sort of thing. We do know that most of them have been cleared by LE for whatever reason. Um, and so it always circles back to the same person. And I think that's the hardest part too, is you don't want to believe that anybody could ever do this, but you certainly don't want to believe, that someone who carried a child for 9 months and gave birth to that child could just somehow look that child in the face and, do what was done to Makenzie. And I'm not saying that that's the case by any means. I'm not saying, if you want my opinion, I'll give you my opinion.
Yeah,
Um,
understood.
but, factually, we don't have that evidence because we're not privy, to the evidence. We can only go based on what has been told to us. And it has been told to us that, other people who were around Makenzie have been cleared by Ellie for whatever reason. Mom has told people that she's the prime suspect, that there is no one else that was being investigated. But here again, like Jessica said, a while back, we've been told things that necessarily weren't, I don't want to say true, but maybe misguided, by law enforcement too. So, we don't know what to believe. I can go back to, I was there when Carson was born. Carson was, Maria, how old did we figure Carson was when I had him for that week? He was under 6 weeks old.
Oh,
Like
he
a
was under
month.
6 weeks old.
Right. So,
Yes.
mom and dad wanted to go to work, and, I kind of jokingly made a comment, because at that point it was first time grandma. I was first time grandma. I'm like, ha ha ha, I'll take them, never really expecting that a mom and a dad would, or especially a mom, would be so willing to allow their under 6 week old baby to spend a week with someone an hour and a half away, grandparent or not, because I didn't let my parents do that when my kids were that young, but whatever. And, a few minutes later, after hanging up the call, I got the call and they're like, oh, well, I talked to, baby daddy, and he said that was fine. You can take Carson. And I was like, well, okay. And out of that time, like, nobody went to work. And Maria's daughter was coming down to vacation, and I think it was finally like day 8. I said to Maria, on the way home from the airport, can you please just stop and get Carson, because they were all living together at the same time, because these people are not working. I've had this baby for 8 days, and it's time for mom and dad to step up to the plate and do what they're supposed to do. But that was par for the course. And when mom was in labor with Carson, I live about an hour and a half away from the city. My husband was several states away with work, and I had gone to Port St. Lucie to be there when Paige went into labor, and it just so happened that my mother-in-law ended up going back to New York. My father-in-law was in a rehabilitation center and got 911 out of there having a heart attack. So I was literally bouncing between 2 floors of the hospital, because Paige went into labor very shortly after this happened with my father-in-law. He had complications from a knee replacement. And she never wanted that bonding time with Carson that the hospital wanted her to have. It was everybody could go right in. After that, when she was released from the hospital, I would go over to the house, and Carson would always be in this bouncy seat.
Correct.
Mom would be the same spot on the couch playing on her phone, and she'd just have her foot on this bouncy seat, just bouncing him. Generally, I would change his clothes. Maria would be at work. Whoever got home first, Maria or Carson's dad would basically kind of take over. But that was just her parenting style. It was very, very distant, if you will.
Yeah, weird. I mean, gosh, after so many kids, like what? I don't even know what to say. Like, what?
Yeah.
Right? She just leaves you speechless, or is it just me? Because I'm like, I
No,
don't.
I lived with her at that time, and I was so taken back by her demeanor. I mean, she would literally pick up the baby, put him in that seat, prop up a bottle. I never saw her burp him. Prop up that bottle, and then every once in a while she would rock, if he got fussy, the car seat or whatever he was sitting in. Just no bonding, no emotional bond.
That doesn't make
And like
sense.
Melissa said, any mother, I can tell you that when I had Dylan, that John and a friend had to kidnap me because I would not leave Dylan's side the
Right.
first month. I wouldn't go out.
Exactly.
And you do, as a mother, eventually you do need to go out. But most parents don't do that the first month that the baby is born. You don't want to
No,
be separated from them.
no, you don't. You should be sitting down somewhere anyway, because you should be recuperating. That too, and bonding and all of that. Just it doesn't make sense. Yeah, exactly. TT took the words out of my mouth. Complete bullshit, man. Complete. It's crazy. Yeah, these poor babies somehow end up in the hands of monsters who are supposed to love and protect them. It sucks.
It does suck.
Yeah, they don't get to choose.
And
Nope.
that's like one of the things that actually haunts me is the fact that right now she's a baby and she has absolutely no idea what's going on. Same thing with my nephew. I mean, he doesn't know what's going on. He's 2 years old now.
Yeah.
But one day these kids are going to know.
Yeah.
And one day they're going to ask what happened. And we are going to have to sit down and we're going to have to tell them. And the thing is, too, is not only are we going to have to tell them that neither their mother nor their father stepped up to the plate to do what they needed to do, but not just them, but several other family members who decided that they weren't worth it.
Right. Especially on everybody except you so far on the other side.
Right. Which, I mean, we have a very small family, but I mean, it's still very unfortunate. And if I'm just being honest too, I mean, I was really shocked at my mother-in-law. I had a great relationship with her. I truly loved her. I really did. I loved her. And the fact that she did this, I mean, it was a whole separate loss for me, because I couldn't associate myself with somebody who wanted to behave that way. And I mean, I'm still shocked sometimes. I mean, I know Melissa and I have had multiple conversations about that. I mean, I just don't understand how she could have done that. And, one day we're going to have to explain to Makenzie that she did that, that she chose not to check on her. She chose not to have anything to do with her. This is her flesh and blood. This is her granddaughter.
Yep. Exactly.
I'll never understand it.
And she probably won't either. I mean, that would suck. I don't know how I could tell my son his grandpa or grandma didn't care about him on either side.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to hurt really bad.
Yep, it's going to hurt, and it's going to stay with her the rest of her life.
Yeah, why?
Well, I mean, all we can do is try to step up to the plate.
You've done that.
To make sure that we're here for her and that she knows that, hey, they may not be the best, but we stuck around.
Yeah.
Right.
You've done that. You have absolutely stepped all the way up to the plate. Y'all got your knee pads on. You're spitting like they do on the baseball field. And you're building up a team behind you. I'm telling you this, it's a small room now, but it's okay. It's going to grow. It's going to grow. Mia Moore, XO Michelle is here. She said she was posting on Unmasked, and Unmasked is humongous. I'm a little fish in a very big pond, but some kind of way I end up kind of mingling with everybody. So I'm sure they'll be in touch. I think Amanda said she has spoken with them, but definitely if you're reached out to by, some of the people that we're going to send your way, take them up on their offer, because you can't talk enough right now. You cannot talk enough.
Well, feel free, everybody, to please share all you want to. You have our permission to share it. We're trying to get as many people out there as humanly possible. Maria and I have shared the Justice for Makenzie page to a whole bunch of local groups until I think they're sick of us.
They'll get over it.
That's how we've built the following that we have now, really, is just trying to share to as many local groups as we can, but I mean, we need all of the help from everybody that we can possibly get, because we're just 3 people, and we're literally working day and night on this.
This is a good start, because the 3 just multiplied. They really did. I mean, you'll see, you're probably going to be like, oh my God, my emails are just popping up. Like, you're going to have so much, because people are going to continue to watch it, because the video just stays up, and I share it in all my groups, and everybody in here is sharing things in their different places. So it's getting out there right now. And this is like,
well, we are very, very grateful for you. We are so grateful.
I have
people that have stepped up and are willing to help us and get the word out.
It's really touching.
It is.
I mean, you guys, I gotta say, Amanda, she's so quiet, but Amanda's the one that brought it all together.
Go Amanda.
Unmasked. Yeah, because Unmasked has so many followers, I mean, you may have to tell your stories again and again and again and again, but every time you do, you're getting more ears, more signatures, more love, more support. And that's where you're at right now. Going to be talking to you blue in the face, but people are going to be listening this time. And then they're going to make other people
talk.
So. That's what's up. You have to. And the people that you're talking to are going to have to listen when all these other people start letting them know that they're listening, because that's just how the game goes, unfortunately. You got to hit mainstream to matter. It sucks.
Yep.
It's not enough just to be child abused. And I hate to say it like that, but it's reality. Unfortunately, it's not enough. It's so sad.
No, and our end result, has always been one thing, and that's justice for Makenzie, because she deserves that. Any child, who's gone through more or less or exact, to Makenzie, they deserve that. And, ultimately we're tired of waiting. I mean, we're tired of waiting for justice to be served, because, you have a duty. You just do.
Yeah.
You have an obligation as a parent. You have a duty as law enforcement. You have a duty as, the district attorney. You're supposed to want to get criminals off the street. You're supposed to want to get justice for people. And quite frankly, I am so tired of the bad guys winning and the good guys suffering. Where is the justice in that?
It's happening way too much. I mean, it's almost like deja vu. Some of the things you say, I just keep going back to Kara. And Kara, she's still fighting. It's a long fight. It's a hard fight, especially when the powers that be are fighting against you. That's what reminds me of her so much.
But here's the thing. Right. But here's the thing, too, that we've learned. I had someone reach out to me, and I'm going to keep, them obviously very confidential, but
Okay.
I had someone reach out to me who they were being falsely accused. It was pretty much proven, the cases were dropped, criminal, family court, the whole shebang. Children were taken, arrests were made on even lesser charges than what were. So here we are fighting to get justice, and there's people fighting for innocence.
Right.
Make that make sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll wait.
How do you make sense of that? How do you make sense of an innocent family being torn to pieces, separated from their children for months, and then cases literally being thrown out in family court and criminal court because of lack of evidence? And we're over here with a stack of evidence, a baby who's scarred for life, and I can't even get somebody arrested.
I was going to say, do not forget too that there was another case that has been brought to our attention of a mother who was arrested within 24 hours because there was a small bruise on her teenage daughter's face. And they interrogated children between the ages of like 7 and 13 for 7 hours. The interrogation was, how do you say it? Well, let's just say it wasn't consistent. The children's stories changed over and over and over. And yet they went and arrested this woman at her home. And yet here we are, and we can't get an arrest at all. I mean, it literally makes no sense to me why in these cases that aren't nearly as bad as what Makenzie was subjected to.
Right.
And they're out there making arrests right on the spot.
What's up with
that? And think about that. So within 24 hours, an arrest is made. No investigation on who had been around the child. No talking to teachers or school principals or anything of who could have, put their hands on the child. Did the child fall? Anything. It's just let's go and arrest mom.
Mm-hmm.
And we're over here like they have interviewed everybody but a damn turtle.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Except for all the people, though, that reached out saying, oh, we have information. We need to talk to you. Those people, they just ignored.
Well, it didn't, because it had to be somebody like a friend that saw her at one time get too angry, a neighbor.
There's all sorts
of wow.
that have reached out to us.
People. Yeah.
And we've interviewed them.
Wow.
And we have literally passed names, phone numbers, information that we have found on the internet, photographs, you name it. We have literally handed it to them on a silver platter.
Wow. And they're just holding on to it, saying, well, we're working on it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
Yep. Working on what? I don't know, because this still doesn't take this long to dot I's and cross T's.
No, not at all. Not if you started on night number 1, which is when you should have, because it never looked all right.
That's when we started. That's for sure.
And here's the thing. I will say this. If, for example, they're in month 3, let's just say they have to, and I'm not saying that any of this happened. I'm just hypothetically here. Okay. Let's just say, for example, polygraphs have to be given, and they have to wait for TBI, which is Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. They have to wait for those to set dates. And then let's just say that's month 3, right? Something happens. And then, okay, it leads them to something else. And now we're at month 4 or 5. Like, I could completely understand an investigation taking a little bit of time. But, listen, realistically, if you've had all of your polygraphs or interviews or whatever it is that you have to do, if you're on somebody else's schedule, all of those things should be complete. And at some point, people should be sitting around a table, with, or, a bulletin board with all this evidence all played out, because cases have won with an abundance of circumstantial evidence.
Right. Get enough of it. Yeah. Yeah.
So, I can understand some time frame. It's getting harder to understand that when you're going into month 7.
Yeah. Seriously.
By this time, the grand jury should have heard this case and an indictment should have been, handed down or not. Either way, but they won't even tell us.
So just to touch too on Angela Howell talking about the GAL should be putting pressure and providing answers.
Yeah.
The GAL is non-existent,
She's
and
worthless.
she is worthless. And that is actually one of the problems that we've had. Again, like I've worked with a lot of GALs over the years. I've fostered kids, so unfortunately I've been involved in several cases similar to this, never this bad, but similar cases. And, the GALs, they're out there and they usually go and they talk to mom and they usually go and talk to dad and they want to come to your house. They want to see your living situation. They usually come and talk to whoever has custody of the children. They do interviews with teachers or daycare workers or whoever. I mean, they're very thorough every time I've ever dealt with them. This GAL has done nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, God.
So again, that's why we have the GoFundMe up for Makenzie, is we are going to petition the court to try to see if we can get a different GAL and get private counsel, somebody that we know is going to have Makenzie's best interest at heart.
Exactly. You have to have that, because but it's so sad, because that is what the GAL is supposed to be doing. Looking out for the family, for Makenzie.
No, like I stated earlier, the Guardian has spoken to this
we lost
GAL 3 times in the last 7 months.
Jesus. So Angela Howell said Guardians should petition the court to have GAL removed. Guaranteed next one will go above and beyond.
Well, we actually had one recommended to us, somebody that's supposed to be absolutely amazing. So I think that's the game plan as of right now. I've been a little MIA here lately because my son has had a cyst in his abdomen and whatnot. But I think the last time that we had talked, Maria, right, that we were talking about possibly seeing if we could have her replaced with the man that had been referred to us by another woman in Monroe County.
But we do need to petition the court to have her removed.
Right. Yes, which we just learned. We didn't even know that's what we needed to do. So again, we're just sort of trying to figure this out.
Right. Definitely. And that's okay. A lot of different experience in the room. So you can get a lot of, your questions answered too. Just never know. It's the internet. We're everywhere from all walks of life. And that's why we bond together, especially with what we call true crime, which is when someone's been hurt and lying about it, and we're gonna figure it out. So that's why I say no longer alone. This is it's quiet right now, but trust me that this word is going to get out. These happy in here right now about this at all. It just doesn't make any sense at all, and then you can't even get justice. That doesn't make sense. Protect and serve is what I thought it was.
Yep.
Thank you. But instead, they just want to complain.
Okay.
You're wanting things overnight.
And then you're also giving her you're giving the suspect a lot of ample time to flee.
Yeah, exactly. And what if they actually left the country? You let them leave the state. What if they just get gone? Now it's
Especially because she has the ability to do that.
Yep.
That's terrible. That's crazy. But I guess, the way things are going, like Kara's rapist was arrested yesterday and he bonded out today. He was in for one day.
God.
You know what I mean? They shouldn't even get bond. Once you do get them, keep their ass. But that's what happened.
It's crazy to me, actually. I was just talking to a girlfriend of mine about this who's really into true crime. And, I have to admit that I really wasn't until this whole Makenzie thing happened. But, we were talking the other day about how, rapists are getting a couple of years in prison and drug charges are getting 10 and 15 years. Now, don't get me wrong.
Mhm.
Obviously, I don't like drugs and obviously we have to handle that. But why are these violent crimes getting lesser punishments than somebody who was selling weed? That just makes no sense to me. Did you know that I found out actually that felony medical neglect and felony neglect usually end up with a fine?
Wow.
A fine.
Wow.
Not prison time. Not even community service, but like a fine. You have to pay a fine.
Wow. And that's sad and true.
And where does that money go to?
The state, right?
It just really bothers me. I mean, if you're somebody out there and you're raping women or men, or children, or you're beating children or whatever the case may be, that's absolutely absurd that we don't take that more seriously.
It really is.
I think our focus is broken
into pieces.
Mm-hmm.
You're so right. What can you do? Like, what can you really, really do? Except
you can do
fight.
This.
Fight. That's all you can do.
This is what you do. You stand up. You say something. You say, I'm not going to tolerate it. You're going to do your job. And if you don't, we're just going to let everybody know that you're not doing your job.
Keep on keeping on. Keep on. Peaceful protesting. Kara was right out in front of the police department a couple of weeks ago. I mean,
we've talked about that actually.
Making noise is the only thing right now that matters. That pressure, they gotta feel it. It's too easy to sweep it under the rug because it's so localized. That's why we gotta make sure the story gets out everywhere, because you have to force them to pay attention.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know how, when we're talking about child abuse, a 3-month-old baby comes into the hospital. I would just think, I don't know, maybe I watch too much TV, but that seems like something Law and Order would have jumped all over. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy.
If only we had Olivia Benson in here,
Seriously. She wouldn't stop every episode until we find out what the hell happened or prove it, because we know what happened. We just need to get enough proof on who did it. Is Melissa talking? Are you talking?
I was. I said we should bring it to Judge Judy. She'll take care of
it.
She will.
She's intimidating.
That's what we need.
No, I said our goal was to get to Nancy Gray.
Nancy Gray. I love Nancy now. She'll get the truth out.
Mm-hmm.
The story, I mean, and don't be surprised. It could make it that far up the ladder. It starts somewhere.
That is our goal.
That is not a bad goal. You want those people to talk about it. You want everybody to talk about it.
We do.
And we are, thank you. See, Pink just shared it on her page. People are signing, people are grabbing a couple t-shirts. And again, this is a small crowd. And I'm gonna replay even when there's another crowd, a different crowd. I replay the footage. We drop the links. We talk about Makenzie and other babies. We don't just one and done. And I think Amanda knows that already by now about me. I stay in the loop until I'm kicked out. I'm in.
We ain't kicking you out. Not kicking you out.
Did y'all see Graceland's comment? She just came in. My daughter just came in. She's like, "Oh my God, y'all are still on." And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, but I get to sleep in. My granddaughter's going to wake up in a few hours.
Uh-oh. Is Graceland gonna have to take care of the baby?
Well, that's my daughter with my other granddaughter, my 6-year-old granddaughter.
Oh my God. She better be the one getting some sleep.
I need to be the one sleep.
We definitely can continue whenever you ladies have time, or you want to share anything. If you just want to come on and show Makenzie's little face or talk about her together or one by one, literally anytime. Jessica, I haven't talked to you, so just get my information from Maria or Melissa, and they can reach out to me whenever you can too. And I mean, we have to do updates. You guys don't have to, if you don't want to come on, you don't have to always do that, but we have to do updates so we can keep drawing in more and more attention. And then I mentioned you earlier on Molly Golightly's channel. She wasn't happy, and she's very passionate, so I'm sure she may even reach out to you, but I'll talk to you personally about the only person on YouTube that I think you should not talk to. Other than that, I'll say talk to everybody. Get the story out. And I'm going to be sharing like crazy. I'm going to keep going through the Facebook page. Maria sends me pictures and things. I make content out of that and just keep her name alive.
Yep.
That's what we're going to do until
we're going to keep this story alive until there is an arrest and a conviction.
Period. Exactly. And I want to be there for the trial and everything.
Oh,
everything.
Yes.
I really do. I want to see this person pay. And I would love to hear what really happened. I don't know if we'll get that lucky.
I don't think we ever will, to be honest with you. I think that there has already been so many stories told, so many, pointing fingers and narratives that have been changed that, I have a saying that because of this, I now say, but, look, at the end of the day, if Mom came to me with her tongue notarized, I wouldn't believe her.
Wow.
And that's just simply because of the stories that she's told. Like, they're endless, of who did it, who didn't do it, and, excuses made, and, all these different things. And it's just like, look, at the end of the day, the truth eventually is going to come out. So you're better off either shutting up completely and saying nothing at all.
Right.
Or giving your initial statement and lawyering up and say, talk to my lawyer. But it has just gotten to the point where there's been so many lies. And it's not even just about Makenzie anymore. It's about everything. It's, it's what she ate for lunch becomes a lie.
Right. Oh my God. Just pathological.
Yeah. I mean, Jessica, Maria, am I wrong?
Oh, no. I mean, listen, to the point that months before the incident took place, her husband went to jail, and she didn't want to tell us that he went to jail. So instead, she would call me and say things like, aren't you so proud of me? I'm living on my own. I took him to a halfway house in Knoxville and dropped him off, and would tell me these stories about how his roommate had him doing side jobs, and he would bring money for the baby when he could, and he was coming up and visiting the baby when he could, and how he was calling and FaceTiming, and how she wanted to get a divorce, and, you know, all of these things. And come to find out, he was actually in jail the whole time. But every time I talked to her, it was these elaborate lies.
Oh my God.
Elaborate lies about where they were working and how their paychecks. I mean, I couldn't tell you how many times they said, well, they misspelled our name on our paycheck, and now we don't have a paycheck and we need to borrow money, or, you know.
Oh my, one of those.
Or
oh my God.
even going back to, you know, my daughter had just had her baby and they're homeless at this point. So mom and dad are homeless at this point, or they're staying in a hotel, and they're calling my daughter for money. And my daughter just had a baby, young, you know, her and her husband, like, come on, get it together, you know? And everybody knew it was probably for drugs, you
I
know.
was just gonna ask that. Wow.
You know, because it was very weird dollar amounts. It was, hey, I'm short $40, or, you know, like, we know how much you're going to get with $40. We've been through this rodeo before,
Right.
you know. But it's just been lie after lie after lie. So,
It's not
you
good.
know, if it doesn't make sense, it's not true.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, I couldn't care less anymore about how you feel or what act you're going to put on, because it's not genuine. And if
Right.
you cannot take accountability and be genuine, then I just don't have any use for you. And I'm not trying to act like I'm better than, you know, the next person. But have I made mistakes in my life? Absolutely. Have I taken accountability for them and changed, you know,
Right.
whatever?
Right.
Yes, because that's a part of living and growing and getting better.
Exactly.
But if you don't take accountability for anything, your life is never going to change.
Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
always going to be the same. It's going to be the same chaos.
Yep.
And that's the one thing with mom that we have all noticed. Mom can take a very innocent statement or an innocent event and change the narrative to the point that she has convinced herself that her version is true.
Oh my God. That's the worst.
You know, I mean, and it can be something as simple as so and so stopped by the other day. We had a good chat. To, oh, did you hear? Now they're sleeping together or doing this or doing that. If she can place the person at a residence or at a store, whatever, she can flip that narrative any way that she wants to, because she can place the person there. But it's never the truth.
That's not good.
There's always an elaborate story, you know, or the narrative completely changes. Or in some cases, stories will be very, very similar, but the characters will change.
But she's always changing something. It's just never. She's just not a solid person. That's not good. That's why I was asking. That's why I was asking earlier. What did she say happened? Because she seemed like a great storyteller, but when it comes to that, all she says is they did it. Right? She doesn't know what happened.
I can tell you, I was one of the first people to kind of open up a can of worms without even realizing that I was opening a can of worms. So my daughter had initially reached out to mom when we first heard about the injury, within just a few minutes, when we found out that Makenzie was in the hospital.
Okay.
And it was relayed to my daughter from mom. Here were the words that were spoken, because it's in writing.
Okay.
The babysitter dropped her. I don't know if it was on purpose or an accident.
Interesting.
Okay, so that did not seem
that whole statement didn't seem right to me, because my thought was, if you even had any indication that a babysitter could potentially hurt your child, why are
Right.
you freaking leaving the baby there, right? So
Yeah.
it didn't make sense to me. So it was a few weeks later that I was talking to the DCF investigator, and I had brought up the fact, I said, well, has anybody like talked to the babysitter? Has anybody arrested the babysitter? And she's like, what do you mean? So I told her, I was like, well, that was the first time that the DCF investigator had ever heard that story.
Wow.
And I sent her screenshots of it.
Mm.
So I was like, okay, well, what do you mean you never heard that story? Because that's exactly what Mom said. And she's like, well, no, that's not what Mom's telling us. Mom's telling us she was at work, has no idea what happened. Then she's, turned the tables, and she blamed the live-in boyfriend. Then when she figured out that the live-in boyfriend was cleared, she started blaming the babysitter again.
Wow.
And it just went into a circle. And every time she found out someone was cleared, she would blame someone else.
That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, no, she can't be trusted. Again, I have to think that law enforcement knows this, because, we can't all be like the smartest people on the planet, or are we? Because get the hell out of here.
We're dealing with Monroe County, Tennessee. We might be the only smart ones in the room right now.
Oh my God. They have to get it together. And Tennessee, period. It's too much happening down there. I forget the name of the other county right over the way, where the other little baby was she was like 10 years old, but beaten up, and nobody's been arrested yet. And then we got Summer Wells missing. Nobody's been arrested.
Listen, guys, I've got to go. My husband has to get up in a couple hours for work, so I'm going to go ahead and sign off. But I appreciate you doing this show for Makenzie. That's really, really awesome. I really, really appreciate it.
My pleasure, Jessica. Anytime you reach out, anytime, just get my info from the ladies. And
absolutely.
I know what you're feeling. So I don't know. I hope you find some comfort in knowing we're getting the word out, if nothing else.
It is comforting, honestly. And, it makes us feel like we're not alone to see all these different people who are coming together, and they care too. And it's nice. It's nice to see other people take an interest in Makenzie.
They do. And it's going to get bigger. So make sure you stay in touch if you guys get any info that can be shared, that without, of course, impeding the investigation. We want to get it out there. Not that I want to be all in your business. It's just that we want to stay in the loop, and we want to keep spreading the word. The crowds will get bigger. Okay, we're here for you. Well, we can definitely pick up Melissa. We have to talk and set up time for, so you can just come on, and I know you're the overall spokesperson, if I understand it right, but I don't know. Jessica's right there, though. I don't know. Maria, you got two of them, so.
I know.
You don't have to talk. But whenever you guys are ready, please reach out. We're going to stay in touch on a regular. I need to find out how often you want me to transfer over to the GoFundMe from the t-shirts and all that good stuff. And I know you guys have your duties carved out. So whomever's in charge of whatever, just holler at me.
Oh, we will. We
will. Thank you guys for coming sharing. Yes, Miss Maria.
Thank you, everybody, for all your support, all these messages.
Yes, ma'am.
Like, I'm fighting back the tears just because it's just so overwhelming that you guys don't even know us.
No.
And it's so it's just so heartful.
It's going to be so much more of that.
Yeah, and I'm going to sleep too, because she's going to be up in 5 hours.
We loved her. We do it live at 5 a.m. when Makenzie wakes up.
Yeah, I'm gonna wake you all up.
Thank you for sharing her with us. Thank you for bringing her on, though. Seriously, Amanda, wherever you are, I don't see you on the camera, but thank you for reaching out to me and trusting me to be able to just help spread awareness and get some justice for Makenzie. It is my pleasure. And you ladies just have a good evening. I'm going to stick around a little bit more. I got a few people in here, and we got to talk about Summer Wells now. More babies.
Did you hear about Summer Wells that DCS did go in and remove the children yesterday?
I did hear that. I just hadn't seen it anywhere where I can prove it yet, but that's going to be my next journey. Did you see it on TV or anything?
No, I saw it. I think I took a screenshot of it. I'll look for it in a second. If I did, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
I guess it's been confirmed that they did remove the other children.
Makes sense to me. I called bullshit on a few people a long time ago. We can totally chat about that another time. I think I'm pretty good at calling bullshit.
Good
But I
night,
love you
guys.
Good night,
Jess.
Jessica.
Good night,
Talk to you tomorrow.
Jessica.
Night, Maria.
Well,
Talk
hubby,
to you
we're
tomorrow.
sorry we kept you so long.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
And
Talk
the
to you
baby
guys tomorrow.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
You're welcome. So welcome. I love that candle. I'm going to leave it there. So that was really, really sweet, y'all. So much love for that baby girl. She didn't deserve this. Look at her arm. It's out yeah, Supergirl. Can't stop me. You can't stop her. Look at her eyes. She has a purpose. So, thank you, Gigi. I rock. Okay. Thank you. They are good people. They really are. And again, Amanda is the one who put us all together. She's just a silent, what do you call it? What do you call the person who runs the orchestra? I can't even think of the conductor in the back. She brings everybody together. And it's really sweet of her. And then she's just chilling in the background. Don't even have too many words. Just a little angel. Same reason we know about James Riker Bill. That would be Amanda. It's her candle still burning. So I haven't really delved into Summer Wells today. It has been a busy day getting ready for this evening. And I do have my candles. I'll put it in the video. I didn't want to turn the camera towards the candles and be talking to the back of the computer. So if you guys do light a candle for Makenzie, make sure you take a picture and email it to me or send it to one of the ladies because they do want to build a collage of the virtual vigil. And, I'm glad they didn't have to do this alone. Even Makenzie woke up for us. That was adorable. It's okay, Amanda. I understand. I do. See, Amanda said, I got my son on my lap. If not, I would have talked. But this is my passion. I love y'all. Thank you so much for the kind words, Q. And you're getting some thank yous too. I know, Shining Light, the full moon. I'm excited. You're an angel, Amanda Novander. Thank you. Thank you, Amanda. Good night, Francis. Good night, dear. So who do we have here? I got Pink Gets My RX. So did everybody I didn't notice anything about your language, Francis. You're fine. Did everybody that's left here, did you guys all sign the petition? Because we do want you to sign that petition. If you weren't here, if you haven't had a chance, please sign it. I've been watching it. We need those numbers to keep moving. Keep sharing. Share it on your Facebook page. Slowly but surely, the numbers, they keep moving. But if we don't share it out, the numbers, they stop. They slow down, they stop. We don't want that. We want them to keep going. We want this thing to keep growing like a wildfire. This baby needs justice. Let me see if I can find this. I think this is the one. I didn't want to continue playing it. Yeah, I'm gonna go there in a minute, Pink. one more thing. And I love you too. Thank you. Shining Light, Kara's good news is that her ex-boyfriend, James's father, he who is Thomas, because dad is Jerry. Remember Tom and Jerry? He was arrested. He's been charged for basically forcing himself on her. And it's like a class X, which means he won't even get probation. And he could get up from 6 to 30 years if convicted, which he should be, because we all know. Fame, I didn't see what you said before that. Sorry, sweetie. I'll scroll back up. It should be, because we all know that he admitted to it. So before I switch gears, I will play the video of Makenzie one more time. If you haven't shared this video, if you haven't hit the like, please do it now.
Makenzie. 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 Makenzie.
I don't know why my screen is doing all of that right now. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so Kenzie needs justice. She's like making this sound like she's trying to cry, but she just can't. And she's kind of reaching, like she wants to maybe reach out for mom a little bit. I'm not sure, but But that noise coming from her, and then she starts to breathe funny. This is all before she goes to the doctor. Right. Can't even cry. Yeah, it sounds like, exactly, it sounds like her airway is suppressed. So, spread the word, y'all. $1 a piece, they'd have 17 more dollars. They do have a GoFundMe, you guys. The petition, the t-shirt. The t-shirts are a great idea because it can really get her name out there. And they're really, really nice. Maria actually did the design. And Melissa actually did the image design. And between her and Maria, they put that together. I just put it on the shirt. Teamwork makes the dream work. So I don't even know where to begin today with the summer whales. I heard a little something this morning on Molly Go Lightly. Let's see who is here. Is Aubrey, are you here? Let me check my email and see what I got. I know I got some stuff. And let me change this out. Let me give you guys a little something. Give me just a minute while I pull up what's next. Yes, those t-shirts are so cute, Amanda. They really are. They came out beautiful. And there's other stuff when you go into the store. Actually, I got a little creative, and whatever is purchased with her name on it goes to the family. But there's actually more than just t-shirts. I really like the throw pillow. I'm gonna pull up something on my screen, you guys. Bear with me. Hey, beautiful people. I'm gonna start that video yet. I know, right, Aubrey? Part 3? Is he kidding me? Let's get on over there. Countdown. Lot. The kitty in the background and everything. Okay. Sounds so lovely. All right, so what I want to do is finish up with Chris McDonough because we did leave him. Let me get a little drink here. We left him before he was done. And they were asking some really good questions and getting some really good answers from him. So I'm gonna switch gears. I gotta give this thing time. It wouldn't let me update my event. I wanted to just change the name, but it looks like it's making me do like a whole other event, and it's driving me crazy. So I may have to switch over, but in the meantime, we can kind of get started. I won't put Chris's on because I don't want to. Well, actually, yeah, that's what I'll do. Hang on, let's put on share the screen and wait first. Let's do that and see if that works one more time. And it did not. Okay, fine. Fine, fine, fine. Let me find out where we were in the video.
I don't know. We're going to put that on the DLR column. Then she later, according to Allie, calls him while seated in the back seat of a police car, saying she's going to the PD to take a second polygraph test. And according to Allie, she may not have passed the first one. I don't know what the answer is to that. I know there are two types of tests. One is a full-blown polygraph, which takes about 3 to 4 hours to line up. Okay? The second is what they call a CVSA. It's a computer voice stress analysis. And it's a little microphone that goes right here, and it measures the microtremors in the larynx. So when you ask a series of questions of yes and no, and you prepare those questions like a polygraph with the suspect or the subject, okay, they actually prepare the questions you're going to ask. And so when you ask that question, if you get a variance in that response, it can either be deceptive or truthful. And you put a plus or a minus. You see a plus or a minus behind that question. You see the machine do this. It either goes up as a Christmas tree or it comes across as a block. And that's called a CVSA. Now, why is that important to know? Because sometimes you'll get a suspect who says, well, hey, I'm telling you the truth, okay? I'll take a polygraph. And they know in their minds, okay, I got 3 to 4 hours to make up my story. Okay? However, as a result of that, if you have a CVSA examiner on your department, okay, then you can say, oh, and typically you'd want to do that, and then you would call, a second situation to come in. That's happened many, many times. Okay? And that was one of the things in Barry Morpheus with Andy when CBI, Colorado Bureau of Investigation, told Andy, he said, look, he said he never took a test. He failed a CVSA. And the moment Andy told me that a while ago, I knew that came from a cop. Let's see here. I got to get to some. Have they been able to ping cell phones? I'm sure of it, but I do not, like anybody else, have the result to that. Susan Simons, thank you for all your whole work. Thank you so much. You're very kind. Half Rudder, I think it's awful. Little girl is missing, and all the adults are lying and serving up vendettas. Yeah, interesting. Thank you. Navy vet, thank you for your service. Grateful for that. Would being under the influence of an opioid or other drugs or alcohol have an effect on the polygraph results? Yes, absolutely they would. In fact, you would also, that could be another reason. You would want to wait until that individual was sober. Okay? In fact, that's one of the rules. You don't want to do that. Let's see here. Let me keep over here, get to some of these. I'm sorry I missed them going by. Lisa Stewart, thank you so much. Haley Neville Ether's mom, 80, new member, thank you so much. We're grateful for you. Jean Davis, we all in the collecting Let's Bring Summer Home soon. Thank you so much for your kind donation as well. Jan on the Lamb, I'm so thankful you're out there. Therefore, I have hope. Well, thank you so much for your kindness. You're very sweet. Appreciate that. All right. So now the last piece of this, she calls Hunter and says, I'm in the cop car going back. Well, what's interesting about that is who's taking her. It's the cops. Okay? So for a 15-year-old, just to arbitrarily pull that out of the air, okay, would not make sense. In fact, that's typically how you want to do it. If you can have them come and you can control the ride, then what you do is you send a patrol car up and say, or you tell the subject, hey, I'm going to have a car come pick you up. And they're like, yeah, okay, sure. And that's a good thing. I'm pretty sure Candace is on Suboxone. This is a prescribed med for addicts, and as long as she has prescription, it can't be used against her. Okay, there you go. Thank you. What kind of addiction is it prescribed for, Veronica Markle 1? What kind of addiction is that drug prescribed for? If you guys can answer that, put that in the chat over here, please. And thank you for that. So now Allie said she thinks Candace is responsible for Summer's disappearance. Okay. You know, it certainly doesn't look right, but we don't know yet. I'm still having a hard time personally with just a stranger abduction, but I'm not having a hard time that it could be somebody that knows and or is connected to the family or is within the realm of, okay, I see heroin, meth. So it's like a juice program, like the methadone program, right? What's the plasma life on that? Like 24 hours like methadone? Opioids, addictions, heroin. Okay, thank you. I did not know that. I appreciate that. But I'm still not convinced that this is just a total random stranger. Now, I'm more leaning towards, if that is the scenario here, then it is somebody who is familiar with two things. One, that geographic region, and two, has had contact with that family. I don't know if it's narcotics activities. I don't know if it's, people selling people. I've heard everything. I think we've all heard it on the internet, right? But we don't know that yet. Could that be possibilities? Of course. Keep them on the wall. But that's speculation right now. We don't know what the truth is. So let's seek the truth. Okay? And as we continue to do that, then the credibility of what we do in true crime out here gets better and better. And if they do find Summer, and God forbid, she was, sold or whatever, okay, if they recover her, okay, we certainly don't want her in 10, 15 years from now rewatching what everybody was saying about her and her family, like Elizabeth Smart, if that was a possibility. What we want her to see is what we're doing here tonight, and others, many other classy, YouTube channels. So that is also something to always keep in mind. Remember, we're in the 21st century, and this stuff will be here forever. So, do I think they're lying is a question. Everybody lies. Of course. What's your gut opinion after interviewing everyone so far, Jack? Thank you. Great question. My gut tells me I need more data. I'm 80-20 on both. The 20% being untruthful. Maybe I kick that up to 30. I'm 70-30 after some of the interviews. Okay? But I have to hear from Miss Candace for me to completely weigh in, and probably Dawn. And whether or not I get that opportunity while I'm here, I certainly hope I do. But I have to hear them, see them, feel them, in terms of, being across from him, and I'll get a better idea. Do I think there was some body language that indicated deception? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, from some of the interviews I've done. Do I think Miss Leslie is a straight shooter? No question about it. I don't think she was deceptive at all. Okay, I think in fact she was just firing away, and usually that's what you get with that type of personality. They just let you have it. Okay, Susu Spirit goes from who? I'm going to leave that as I can't answer that question yet because I don't want to jeopardize, any of the relationships just yet. Okay, so I know we're hanging on a thread, but one of the things that was interesting, and I think we heard it. Okay, there was some very strong language about, Candace's sister Rose, and also what they felt about Summer. And some of those things is what I cut out because, there were a couple of things in the last interview where some names were given where, they're connected to the potential drug world. And that may compromise the investigation. And so there's no way I was going to make that happen because I know the investigators have it. I know they do. I'm sure of it. As an ex-addict and addiction leader for 13 years, thank you, Truth Seeker. God bless you. I believe this case is due to addiction and neglect. I do not believe in abduction. Poor sweet Summer. Thank you. And I'm sure the last 13 years have been a joyous time for you. Good for you. God bless you. Way to go. So, do I think Hunter is safe? Sue, is a question. Great question. I think Hunter is 15 who plays that he's street smart. Okay? But, he could be extending himself here. Yeah, but I think he's also smart enough to know that, he hasn't, I don't know if he has, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. I don't know if he intentionally wants to throw a bunch of deception up there. Now, I think the fact that Candace said, he's got the order wrong and not that he was wrong is telling. So we're going to see how that unfolds and, see what goes from there. So that's kind of where we're at. If you just kind of, if you have any more questions in there, I've got a lot more coming. I'm here on the ground. We're going to wait to see how the search